the water, but not as much at one time.
Punctual.
Do we need to reverse numbers 2 and 2? Hello, San Clemente. Welcome to the City Council retreat. It's Thursday. Are we on the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
It's Thursday, February 13th, 2 o'clock. And let's call the meeting to order. We have all 5 members of the City Council present. And Mr. Loeffler, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. All right, please. Hand over heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into the discussion of the items, even though public comments are not agendized per se, is there any public comments that need to be addressed that don't relate to one of the items on our agenda? If so, let's hear them now.
We do have 2 cards for oral communications. It's just above item number 1 there.
Those
So
communications, so you 2 folks deal with issues that are not on the agenda? If so, then come right ahead.
George Gregory, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, and I'm going to use the timer on my phone.
Okay.
So George Gregory, go ahead.
Podium up here if you'd like to.
Well, of course.
Want to give them like a 30-second heads up or something? Like,
Okay. Yes.
Afternoon, council. You want to fight? What was that about the church being able to continue what they've been doing to our North Beach for so long, after so many times of trying to get this to stop? They have their own grounds, they have their own lawn, they can migrate, the homeless people can migrate there and get gifted out. Because those people will wait around for days and days to get their gifts, to get their clothes, to get their free food, to sully our neighborhood. All those people who spoke, I watched it on TV. I wasn't feeling well that day. I watched it on TV, and I didn't recognize anybody from North Beach. I didn't recognize them from Foster Ranch. I did recognize the Wokes. I recognized those people. But the thing is, we live there. And I mean, the church can do that, but I can't start a swap meet at North Beach? Gee whiz. Was hoping to start a North Beach Chamber of Commerce on top of that. But you know, gee whiz, because the Chamber of Commerce doesn't do anything for us down at North Beach. Also, I've come in knowledge of your term limits. You know, that was a really good move, having just 4 districts and a mayor. So now you can double up on your term limits. Now we can't get rid of you. We can't change course. We can't even tack or jive. Those are captain words, by the way, for sailing boats. The thing is we need to change now and then. We can't keep going down the same road like we used to. It's not that long ago we gave you the term limits and said 2 term limits. And you guys have rolled it into 4. That's an awful long time to put up with you. Especially if you're going to make poor decisions like you did at North Beach. That's all I've got to say, unless you want to fight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Amanda Quintanilla.
Well, I had something prepared and it just disappeared, so I don't know where it is. But I did want to say I did attend the OCTA Board of Directors meeting on Monday, as well as the Planning Committee meeting previously. And I was so impressed by Andy Hall that I'm so glad that he thanked the OCTA for all they do. You know, it's a sign of leadership when we all can work collaboratively together. And that's something. And I was going to just say what Mr. Hall said, but you know, at the end of the day, he just had amazing things to say. That the OCTA is taking the lead on this. They have been very responsive. They've been inclusive with the city staff. We've been meeting with city staff about a weekly basis, and. You know, the OCTA, the city of San Clemente depends on OCTA on many aspects, like the beach trail, our trolley, and so many other things in our town. So I'm really glad that the OCTA has worked with the city and they work collaboratively with all the plans. And so thank you so much. And I'm sorry I couldn't quote Mr. Hall because he had really great things to say. And he thanked OCTA. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the city manager just a quick question?
Sure.
Is there an issue, I know we're crafting an ordinance about distributing items on our beaches. Is that item coming up soon in a city council meeting?
It's on your agenda for next Tuesday evening.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, the next item is discussion of possible direction regarding water resources. The first item is Doheny desalination. We have a presentation on that.
Yes. Avery Restore, Public Works Director. I have a discussion a little bit on water resources. Next slide, please. So to get a better understanding, we have 4 pretty significant projects that we've either been budgeted or are somewhere within consideration as far as regulatory requirements. And so before we get into that, we'll talk about a little bit about city water supply and reliability. I know it's not the most exciting subject, but it is pretty important. It sets the stage, I think, for those 4 projects. And I think it's important too when looking at the projects, there's potential cost impacts, and rather than, oftentimes staff looks at them individually and doesn't look holistically. And so what are those potential impacts to, residents and customers? Next slide. So city is located kind of at the end of the line in Orange County. We don't have a lot of local resources for water, so we're 80% dependent on imported water from Metropolitan Water District. Metropolitan gets its water from Northern California and the Colorado River Basin. And that water is then treated at the Deemer treatment plant at the upper left-hand corner. And then the city's fortunate in the 60s and 90s, 2 pipelines were built that bring water to San Clemente, and we're at the south end of the city. And since about 2004 or so, the city's participated in some of those projects you see there on the right, Baker Treatment Plant. It provides 12% of our supply, and it takes untreated water from Met. And so we actually have 2 treatment plants that we receive water from in the event that Deemer goes out. And then we've purchased storage in Upper Chiquita Reservoir. And then, hard to see the third there, but Irvine Ranch Water District on the left-hand side, we have an interconnection where we can get well water. And then on the right, you can see our water supply portfolio, 5% from wells, 15% from recycled water, and then 68% comes from Deemer Treatment Plant and 12% from Irvine Ranch Water, or from Baker. Next slide. And so when there's an outage, either planned or unplanned, Met is recommending a supply, and the City Council adopted as part of its 2006 Water Master Plan for 7 average days of storage within the system. And so when we adopted our master plan, we had about 3 or 4 at the time. And so you can see now down at the lower portion there in red, average day use, we're about 20 days. So we're in a much better position than we used to be just by participating in all those projects. In 2016 and 18, Municipal Water District Orange County, our wholesaler, prepared the Orange County Water Reliability Study, and what it looked at was what are some of the other challenges since Orange County, South Orange County, is so we're so limited in local resources, and so they looked at what happens if there's an outage of the supply of pipelines from Met. The 2 pipelines that supplies Orange County, and they looked at some faults that, the Whittier Fault is very close to the Deemer treatment plant. You have 2 faults that cross the pipelines, and so the concern is there's a potential of one of those large infrastructure, you're talking pipelines 10 feet in diameter, aqueducts, there's a potential for anywhere from a 2-month to a 6-month outage of water. And so what was recommended as part of that master plan was 60 days at 0.75% or 75% of average day demands. And so the city right now has about 34 days. Many water district cities have adopted that as a goal. San Clemente hasn't at this point. We still have our 7 average days, which we're meeting that, but it's really ultimately a policy decision. But improvements have been made, obviously, to get us to those 34 days. Next slide, please. So with that, let me stop real quick. I don't know if that's appropriate since we're going to have public comments here too. I was going to stop and see if the council had any questions about water supply.
Question, gentlemen? No, go right ahead.
Okay. So what we're going to take a look then at the 4 projects, Doheny Desals, a local project, potential for local supply.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, about the days. You said we had 34, we're gonna have 34 days. How many days do we really need?
That's always a magic question. Not knowing what outage might happen or what might happen in the system. Right now we have 34 days.
But if we were, for example, if we had some kind of crisis, how many days could we get to if we told people they have to reduce their water consumption, there's a crisis, what's the number we should get to?
If you look, I kind of bypassed that, I apologize. Lower right there, if you were to assume indoor water use only and curtail all irrigation throughout the city could actually get to about 220 days.
220, almost a year.
Almost a year, but that doesn't include, if there's a fire. I'm not saying, something that happened, the last few weeks in Palisades or one of those big fires, but if there's a local fire or additional water use within the system, obviously we're limited on the supply that we can get here in the city.
And that's what the current system is, we get to 240 days.
Yeah, about 220 roughly.
220, okay, all right, thanks.
And Dave, that 220 days is if the present supply of water?
Yes, that would happen if that's in a Deemer plant outage or one of those 2 pipelines were ruptured, like in a large earthquake event. We lost all supply from those 2 locations. That would be the number of days.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, is this because the net has diversified and put different options to get water in here, and so how do you explain that? It would also be a community effort to reduce the amount of water, and the citizens have done that in the past, and are doing it whenever we ask them to, aren't they?
Yeah, we've had that in the past where we've had droughts and our customers have cut back 25-30% on their use. And we've had periods where we had like a 7-day outage, and typically when that happens, we'll ask customers to curtail their water use. So we've had at least 1 or 2 of those instances that I can think of over the last 1 year.
So we could also, let's say, no watering lawns, and people would tend to respect that and not do that.
We could potentially mandate that. If we were to get into a dire situation, we would probably lock off all the irrigation meters in the city. If that was the direction of the council, and then also send out water cops if we needed to.
Could that get us beyond 240 days?
What's that?
Would that get us beyond 240 days theoretically?
I guess theoretically, if there was no other additional water use, it could get us beyond that. And customers curtail their use, it could get us beyond that time frame.
All right, thanks.
A really quick question, Dave. In an emergency, the city still has the water supply from Baker plant as well as our groundwater well.
That's correct. So we would have a supply from Baker, and the beauty of Baker is it has a connection to Irvine Lake. So as long as there's water in Irvine Lake, that's another backup supply source as well. So that was a nice addition to our water supply portfolio.
How many gallons is in Irvine Lake?
I know it only by acre feet, but it's about 30,000 acre feet, I believe. But I think I might be a little high on that number. And the city uses about 8,000 just as a comparison. 8,500.
Any other questions of staff?
And so we'll talk about Ochi Beach. That's really a regulatory requirement with an option to provide an additional supply source. It's expensive, probably not cost effective at this time. And then recycled water quality improvement project. That's where our TDS is high in our water, so we'll talk briefly about that. And then
Can I? OTB? Yeah.
would you all like to park, we have 4 items related to water, 3 items at least. Do you want to park on Doheny and sort of complete a discussion on that, or do you want to hear each of them before we go?
I'd like to get done with Doheny.
Okay, let's talk about Doheny then.
Yeah, can I go through my slides and I'll?
With Doheny?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, oh, go right ahead. I thought you were done with Doheny. Go right ahead, Dave.
Yeah, let me go through, I have a short presentation on each one. Doheny's the longest, but it's not too bad. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so looking at Doheny Desal, it's a project by South Coast Water District. They're looking at adding, or building a 5 million gallon per day plant that would take ocean water and distribute it into the system. They're looking for project participants. If the city were to purchase capacity for 1 million gallons a day, it would help the city in diversifying its water supply portfolio and improve reliability, especially in the event of an outage. It would reduce the city's reliability on imported water. We would drop from 80% down to 67%, so we would have more local water supplies in that case. Next slide. And it would also take us to 61 days in an outage, so we would meet that recommendation by the Orange County Water Supply Reliability Report. And then as far as indoor use, if we were to limit outdoor irrigation, we would be able to continuously serve our customers in the event of emergency. Next slide. So what's the beauty of the project is it's local and it's located in a position where it's adjacent to the ocean outfall. So discharge of the brine would go directly into the ocean outfall. And then it's right next to, you saw those 2 pipelines, one of those early slides. It taps into the pipeline on the left-hand side and would feed into Brack Reservoir, Palisades Reservoir, a 48 million gallon system or reservoir. And that ties into our system that goes along I-5, and the city would have the ability then to move that water anywhere throughout the system. If there were considerations in the future for other projects like a large reservoir, a 35 million gallon reservoir somewhere in the city to dam a canyon, I'm just kind of making this stuff up, or add an additional well at the south end of town, in those cases we would have to figure out how do we move that water through the system, and there would be different, additional infrastructure needed to push the water through the system. So that's kind of the beauty of this project. Next slide. And it's also environmentally friendly. It takes water from underneath the ocean floor within the sand. Next slide. It's a $175 million project, so it's an expensive project. South Coast Water District has secured $40 million in grants thus far, and they're anticipating potentially getting up to $50 million in grants, possibly. Next slide. As mentioned, South Coast Water District is looking for participants. Eastern Municipal Water District is signed on, and the Laguna Beach County Water District is signed on as well. South Coast has currently hired a design, build, operate, maintain team with Blanc, Acciona, and Hazy Williams, and so they're going through this 60% design process. It's $2.58 billion to jump in. The city has budgeted $1.5 million so far. In approximately a year from now, the DVOM team will come back and make a pitch for a not-to-exceed purchase price for the water. So they would determine, based on what they think the construction costs are in the market at the time, they'll come up with a not-to-exceed price, a maximum cost for the water. And that's how the project would be paid for, is just the purchase of the water over time. Next slide. So we had South Coast Water Districts, or staff had South Coast Water Districts consultant look at wanted to get a better range of potential low case, high case scenarios, so kind of a sensitivity analysis. What if the construction costs are more or less, electrical costs are more or less, and same thing with the borrowing costs. So we came up with a rough cost per unit of about $1,800 and up to a maximum of about $2,600 per acre foot. And that compares to Met's water costs of about $1,400 an acre foot. When I started here in the city a long time ago, it was about $400
slide. So that would be the low, mid, and high case of desal, and that's what you're paying at that now?
Yeah, we're paying potentially almost double in a high case scenario. It's not going.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's on.
Questions there?
So I have a question, because one of the concerns I had about this project was if we did this, the high cost would be about $2,600 an acre foot. Right now, we're paying, as I understand it, $1,200 an acre
Well,
foot.
as of January 1st, we're paying almost $1,400.
But my understanding is if we funded this through bonds, we would have to purchase the more expensive water for our city before we could use the less expensive water. Is that correct?
Yeah, no matter, if agencies participate in this, then they have to take the water, so it's a requirement to purchase that.
So we'd have to-
So it's a guarantee, yeah.
We would have to buy the more expensive water before we use the less expensive water.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the way desal plants work, the one in Santa Barbara, for instance, they didn't run it for 10 years because it was more expensive water. Well, 10 years when they needed it, and the next drought up there, it didn't operate. So you really have to operate this equipment continuously. So that's a big concern.
What, in terms of taxes that residents would have to pay, what does that come out to? That they're 1,200 with that acre?
That's my next slide here.
Okay.
So
Before you get to the next slide, the current MET costs are about $1,200 an acre foot.
it just in January 1st, it went to $1,395.
1,400. What are the projections of the MET costs over the next 10 years?
So that was an 11% rate increase. Next year, I think they have an 8% rate increase. And historically, they've increased anywhere from about 6 to 7%. And I'll kind of get into that. Potentially, there is the cost of water for Doheny desal, depending on how things work out. It may become less than MET water, but it's hard to say. It's
Projections that I've seen over the next 10 years, the net cost would be from 1,400 acre feet up to 20.
So South Coast has a slide. I didn't provide it here today, but there is a potential that in 10, 15 years from now, those two lines cross, and the cost of Doheny desal water might become less than
So
MET
over
water.
10 years, theoretically, desal water could be less expensive than MET at the current rate of MET increases.
It could be, yes. And so with desal, they kind of anticipated there'll be a CPI increase. The contract hasn't been done yet, but the contract will likely have CPI increases and then pass-throughs for electrical increases. So impacts to our operating budget, about 35% of the city's water operating budget is from purchased water. So it would increase from about 600,000 to 1.6 million. And if that was just directly passed on to customers, it's anywhere from a 2 to 5% rate increase. So a normal customer, average customer using 12 dwelling units per month, single family, it would cost them roughly $1.80 to upwards of $5 per month. With that sweet spot right in the middle, roughly $3.
Dave, how much water does the city use every day?
We're on average about 6.5.
Okay, 6.5. If we buy 1 million gallon per day, so that 3.6% water bill increase is based on about 1/8 of the water is from desalination plant.
Yeah, it's going to be roughly, what was that, 13%?
13%,
Yeah.
okay.
And it's 35% of our operating costs.
Okay. And you just mentioned that the price will be adjusted according to the CPI, but the electricity cost will be a pass-through. So if the electricity becomes more expensive, that's not part of that CPI adjustment.
It's not, but there is one caveat with electricity. The city, about a decade ago, purchased its water through a third party. And so we're able to, when electricity was deregulated, we now go out every year or two and we change who we're purchasing water from. So we're paying less than the customer pays, city does for our facilities.
You said water. Who we
I'm
purchasing?
sorry, electricity. than purchasing from SDG&E. So if the city were, and it's not in here yet, if the city were to partner in this project, we could add Doheny Desal as one of the city's customers. We would have to pay the bill for electricity and we would be reimbursed for it. But there's potential that the electrical costs would be less than what's projected in these overall costs if we were a participant.
In case the electricity gets cut off and the plant has emergency battery or backup power, how long do they last?
They have anticipated for generators on site. So typically, I don't know what it's planned to be designed for, but like our treatment plant, for instance, we have 1 week of supply, at least for diesel fuel, before we need to fuel up again.
Okay,
So I was
thank you.
thinking it would be very similar here. Just a matter of how much fuel they have on site.
In the electricity issue, the South Coast Water District currently is, I guess, using about 5 acres of potential photovoltaic cells to generate electricity for the use of this plant. Their property is 35 acres, so they could potentially have 7 times more electric generation from solar than they're currently anticipating.
Yeah, one of their goals is, as part of this project, is to purchase their electricity or produce electricity, kind of off the grid where they can.
So in a worst case scenario where it was really a major drought situation, damage to the Deemer and other lines, and our 1 week of diesel fuel ran out, we could theoretically have enough solar power just from this facility to keep the water flowing, potentially?
I don't know what they'll fully design it for. I haven't seen that, so yeah, I can't answer that. But I know they're looking at options.
Electricity is a major expense in desal. Over 50%, I understand, the cost is electricity. So a larger solar cell battery field would obviously have an impact on the cost if they were to expand the current footprint of proposed solar panels to a much larger footprint over the property they already own.
And if the city participate in it, it's not built in here. We don't know the exact numbers, but potentially, we purchase our electricity for 15% less.
Yeah, it's just a potential offset, is what I'm saying. It's but wasn't what involved. It wasn't covered here. But I understand we have some 2x2 summaries from South Coast Water with our council members this next week, and I think they may be covering that issue potentially.
Yeah, I can make sure that they do cover that issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
To me, I did read a little bit about what's happening down in Carlsbad and their project, and it seems to me the biggest problem they had was electricity costs. It got expensive, and that's something that's not calculated into this because you're presuming that the electricity costs will be reduced. They could also be more expensive.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, they're going to go up. It's just that we'll pay. Potentially, if we participate, it'll be lower than the typical rate.
What I'm worried about is that here in California, we're not even going to generate half the electricity we need for AI. And I think what that means for California is the price of electricity, because the demand is going to go extraordinarily high. And that means the cost of running and operating this is going to be extraordinarily high. Have you accounted for that, or have they accounted for that?
I think the only thing we know is what rates are now. I mean, it's hard to project what they're going to be in the future.
Okay. So we know that the tax increase on our residents will be, that we will be opposed to at least $1.82, maybe as much as high as $5 tax increase.
Yeah,
It would be a tax, it's a fee.
Well, no, it's a distinction.
cost.
No, it's the same. It's a tax.
It's a fee for service.
If the citizens have to pay it, and we're saying they have to pay it, it's on their bill, it's a tax in my view. That's how I characterize it. So this is what we would have to decide whether we want to tax the citizens that extra $3 or $5.
Yeah, it would be for all water customers. All the water customers would pay that.
They don't have a choice, do they?
If the city council approves it, then they pay it.
All right.
Okay, next slide, please. So benefits of the project, it helps diversify the city's supply portfolio. It's a local supply source. It increases our supply reliability, as previously mentioned, and an outage from Metropolitan Water District. Something that wasn't mentioned mentioned, it will help to lower our TDS, and that's some of the salts, basically. We have a lot of salts in our water and recycled water, so it would help with that. It'll lower salts throughout the water distribution system. And, as mentioned kind of earlier, there's potential for lower cost water in the city, depending upon what happens with MET's costs. Something that I mentioned too is MET. The water from Northern California is pumped over the hill, so it is pretty darn expensive to get that water from MET as well, and from the Colorado River Basin, coming from hundreds and hundreds of miles away. The project is nearly fully permitted. It's gone through the California Coastal Commission, state lands, and others. Next slide. Potential concerns. If the project stops at 60% and agencies don't decide to move forward, they'll lose their $2.58 million. That'll just be an investment to put a project on the shelf. But there is a potential if the project moves forward and the city, say, was involved in a year from now, decides they don't want to move forward and another agency wants to buy that capacity, then the city could get that $2.58 million back. So really it's $2.58 million to get your name in the hat for one MGD, and then the big decision point comes in a year with that actual cost of water.
Can I ask a question about that? So, correct me if I'm wrong. So we would be investing this money with the idea that we don't know if it works. It's conceptual. It may work. It may not work. The final plans may say it could work, but they could also say it won't work.
We're certain it can work, but
At that cost.
The question is, what's the cost going to be? And so a year from now, you'll have better projections. Not only better projections, but you'll have a fixed cost that agencies will be able to decide. Are we willing? What is that cost of water? Is it $1,600, or is it $2,400 or $2,500? So you'll know what you're going to pay.
But this first $1.5 million is for conceptual drawings, as I understand it.
Yeah, the $2.58 million is used 60%, but you have the team that's been hired is the design team, the operating team, and the construction team. So you have all three that are working together. So they're all three are putting the plans together and projecting costs and what this. So if you pull the trigger on phase 2, that's the team that they're going to build the project and do the operation, and they're going to say this is the cost that you're going to be paying once it's built. And it's going to take 3 years to build a project. So impacts to customers wouldn't happen for another 3 years or so.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Continuing on with concerns, increased cost of water, $1.80 to $5, as previously mentioned. One caveat here: it really doesn't increase the city's supply during droughts. If there's a drought allocation, the city will receive about the same amount of water. So MET, the way they look at it is if you're more reliant on imported water, you get a higher percentage of that water coming in, and if you're less reliant, then you get a lower percentage, so the agency's overall supply stays about the same. We might have another 1 or 2% in drought allocation. And then potential environmental pushback, high energy use, the brine discharge in San Juan Creek Ocean Alpha. I think that's my last slide.
Talk about the brine discharge just a little bit. What would that mean? What for that area?
So it would go into the ocean outfall, goes 2 miles out to sea, and so some of the concerns is that it's more concentrated. It's been permitted, so it's just the environmental pushback is that you're loading more brine into one area, so there's impact on fish and wildlife. That's the big concerns from some of the environmentalists.
Didn't the environmental permit require that the brine that was mixed with sewer water when it went out into the 2-mile outflow, the salinization level would be the same as the ocean, so the brine wouldn't be higher? It would be exactly the same as what the ocean currently has? I thought that was a condition of the permit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't read the permit, but I know it's close to that same level, but it might be a little bit more.
I think the Southwest Water District people, that's one of their selling points, is that the brine is precisely the same as the ocean water when it gets disposed of.
And there's no problem with intake, right? I know in some of the other projects there's intake problems, but this one wouldn't have an intake problem?
Yeah, that's where this one's much more environmentally friendly, because it's taking the intake is below the ocean surface. And so you're not impacting, wildlife and vegetation.
So let me understand, also, if the city went forward and invested this money and we have the off-ramp at 60% designed to back out of the project, would all of the money be returned, or would it only be returned when someone else stepped into our shoes and paid the cost that we've already funded? Is that?
Yeah, someone would need to step in, fill our shoes at South Coast, we'd have to say, yes, we'll allow that to happen. So that's the way it is. I do have one more slide, I apologize. So next steps, our friends at South Coast Water District and neighbors, we're really looking for an answer from the city. We're situated in one of the best positions to receive that water, almost more than any other agency, and so they just want to hear, do we want to participate or do we not want to participate in the project? So we've been patient, but at some point we need to give them an answer which direction the city wants to go.
This project has been going on for a number of years. The analysis has been done, the permitting's been done. There's some negatives with the cost. Obviously, it's an expensive technology, but like all technology, it gets less expensive over time as more people do it. The City of Santa Barbara has exclusively desal water. Catalina, the island of Catalina, the nuclear aircraft carrier, which is basically a floating city with 5,000 plus people, they have water like this. I think we probably owe it to our neighbors to consider this. I don't think we'll make a decision today, but there's some pluses and there's some cons. I think we ought to agendize it for a full discussion and give our neighbors a decisive answer on whether we proceed.
I would have to disagree.
No?
I think, this is one of those issues that I would rather let them know that it's something that we don't feel is meritorious. We're probably one of the only cities right now, and reasonable minds can disagree. I don't know where the rest of the members are on this. I just think that it's very expensive. It adds nothing to our water. We have, as I understand it, a potential of 220 days, maybe even as much as a year of water. This is just extra water in case of an emergency that may never happen. And we're going to tax the residents at least up to $5 per month for this. The residents have spoken out on taxes, and I think you've been against taxes. You can call it a fee, I can call it a tax. Zen Wu and you both said you're against taxes.
The vast majority did support that, 64%.
Yeah, but
May I point?
No, I'm not done.
A point of order. Do we need to open the public?
We're discussing.
We're just
We'll hear
discussing.
from the public, but
and I'm just going to make my point. But I may be wrong. I may be the only person that believes in Suncoast Council. I just think it's a very expensive project to get into. I think if it was a great project, other cities would have gotten into it already. And I would rather be in the position where some other city gets into it, puts that $1.5 million or $2 million into it, and maybe we can get into it later once it's proven and once they said, yes, at this cost, it's worthwhile. But right at this point in time, I don't think it's worth the investment that we would have to make for water that we will have to use first at an exorbitant price when we have all the water we need right now, and there's diversification that's already gone on by Met and others to provide those alternatives. I just don't see the value in it right now. That's just my view, and I may be wrong. Maybe we do need to.
anyone else want to weigh in before we have public comments?
Yes. When there's a water emergency, you don't do things the same way. So you cut back the water usage. So I think we don't expect people to
I
use.
can understand them though.
We don't expect people to use the same amount of water, so we have to cut back. The first thing we need to do is to cut the irrigation water. If it's a true emergency, we will have to limit the water use to the domestic use. So in that case, we will have at least 200 days water supply, and then also the reliability issue of the desalination plant itself is it's not a absolute reliable resource because the power can be cut off. If we have a catastrophe, if we have a apocalyptic event, we are not confident that the desalination plant will be in operation for very long before they run out of the field. So that limits its own reliability. And on top of that, we have besides the Dima plant, we have a Baker plant. We have well water that we can tap into. And the cost overrun, so if we were to purchase 1 million gallons per day, we are blending our water with 13% of the desalination water with the increase of 3.6% as a median number for our household. And the inflation is not a guarantee only limited to CPI because electricity can be more expensive. That's the type of thing that, in my viewpoint, is nice to have. They're very expensive. I don't think that eventually the metro water will be at the same level of the desalination water, although the metro water may become more expensive. This desalination plant water will get more expensive too. So the price difference will be there, very wide gap. And there's a lot of inflation. There has been a lot of inflation. I don't think I would not support participating. I think the city should. It's a nice to have, feel good thing, but given our budget situation, I don't think we have the wherewithal to participate. I think we should not participate. I agree with.
Anyone else want to weigh in before we hear public comments?
Yeah, I like the idea of desal. I like what they did with Poseidon down in Carlsbad, that they use it for drinking water every day. They use the water. It's not for emergency water. I balk at the estimate of cost of what this is going to be. You got the construction cost. What the construction cost might be today. In 2 years when they start, this is definitely going to be something different. There's already a supply chain issue going on right now as tariffs hit, and now they're telling solar contractors you're not going to get your panels for 2 years, and I just that's so up in the air. So I think if this project doubled, we would be seeing not anywhere close to these estimates. I know it's a fee, and what's really frightening about fees is if City Council, if we decide we want to put a $50 a month fee on the water project to take care of this, we can do it. Residents have no input. I would hope we could never do anything like that, but fees are really, really dangerous. And I would love to have heard from the public. I mean, not just this public, the entire public. We could have polled them through our water bill or something and find out what every resident thinks about this. So not having any resident participation concerns me. And then I'll go back to the North Ridge and the Sylmar earthquakes. I was working in Los Angeles there, and there's a first responder, and the valley had freeways collapse, electricity, water, gas, everything was off for a period of time. But in 2 weeks, we had the infrastructure back up working to where we did have emergency water, and we did get help from the federal government. I think to have an earthquake big enough to break both of the lines that we're talking there, if we have a fissure that big go across the state, water is probably going to be one of our lesser issues for a while. So I like the idea of desal. I'm just really concerned about this project being a practical one, and the amount we'll have to pay for what we get back.
I'll just add on to that, saying I love the idea of desal, and for a while I was all for this. But looking at our current state and our current budget and our lack of revenue sources, and the fact that we did not get our revenue source coming into the last election cycle, we just are not in a place right now. Doesn't mean that we won't be in a place in the future, but right now our budget I can't foresee us being able to invest $2.5 million in this project at this moment. Maybe in the future, maybe if we can get some added revenue in that this is a cost that we want to spend this on. But right now, I think we have some other priorities that we should be using that.
Okay, with those comments being made, I hope the public that wants to speak on this matter isn't too prejudiced by all of our comments brought up. Let's hear from the public.
Mayor,
Did you have a
I
comment?
just one comment. This was agendized as one item, the water resources item, so I don't know what the pleasure is
Well,
of the
what I want to do is I
council.
want to hear from the public on this particular item.
Okay.
We can go back and handle the entire item.
You can always have more
I
public
don't want to
comment.
bifurcate this for individual topics.
You know, it might be a good time to just make sure that the public knows, I think the council does and staff, that, excuse me, any money that's spent on the water system is spent out of the water system, not the general fund. So I just want to make sure people understand that, there was talk about how it may impact the city budget. I want to make sure that people clearly understand there are two different budgets. I didn't want
Can I
that.
ask you a question of clarification then? I think we budgeted, what, $1.5 million for this? That was actually budgeted in our budget,
It's in the water budget.
in the water budget, but we need another $1 million, a little. So there's, where was, is that coming from someplace else in the water budget?
It would have to, because again, you can't, this is another great opportunity to let the public know that you cannot use general fund money to augment your enterprise funds or vice versa. And so it would have to come from the water department. So the other projects that you have listed here, they have some costs associated with them as well. So the council, if they wanted to do desal, would probably have to make a choice that maybe you don't do one of the other projects and you move some of the money that we have.
Okay, so it's a
budgeted for those
rob
projects.
Peter, pay Paul, but not from the general fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be correct. It would need to come out of the water fund, that's correct.
Okay, let's hear from the public on the desal issue. Anybody, do we have any speakers on that?
We do. The first card is George Gregory, and followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
This is not involve a fight, is it, George?
Offer's still on the table. There's a better way. There is a better way. And this will definitely turn into bureaucracy. Do we need another bureaucracy? I think not. In emergencies, you really think you're going to die of thirst? We have too many Navy ships that could pump out water you can't believe. Not to mention, we could easily build for a very modest amount of money a truck-mounted desalination thing for drinking water. Very simple to do. Just sits there, we start it up once a year, make sure it works. And, you know, maybe take it down to North Beach and bathe the bums. Oh, 3 companies are going to build it. A no-bid construction. Gee, kind of like the harbor. We know how well that's going. And how nice that's been to the public. Total dissolved solids. Well, we can filter the water if we want to get rid of the total dissolved solids, but I haven't heard of any artery clogging, pipe clogging problems with the dissolved solids. And you can filter your own water at your own home. The no bid really bothers me. And, you know, we're paying for an awful lot of things that aren't going to help us much, but these companies and these potential bureaucracies. We don't need another bureaucracy. Please, no bureaucracies. Let me check my notes. And, you know, how much per citizen is this going to cost us? Quite a bit. Believe me, if the poo hits the fan, we're going to have water coming out of our ears. Everybody's going to step up. The Marines, the Navy, even the desalination plant at Doheny. You know, what do you think they're going to deny us drinking water? You know, our lawns might die. We might have to go around unbathed for a while. But you know, sometimes San Clemente stinks anyways. So, don't fund this. Not yet. Not until there's competitive bids and better technology. Like I said, a truck-mounted piece of equipment could drown us all in water. So, you know, may not water our lawns, but we'll definitely have drinking water. Nobody's going to deny you drinking water. Thank you.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by John Dologowski.
Sorry for talking in front of you. So I thought that the groundwater was going to be a separate issue, so I have a different category to speak on that. I'm really concerned about this desalinization project. regarding the environmental aspects, regarding the marine wildlife, especially the whale migration, especially because whales, the mothers and their calves do come very close to shore, and we've seen them, growing up here for decades. So that is something that is important. Also, we have active fisheries, and that was a concern with other projects as far as the nature-based coastal resiliency projects, that there was going to be breakwaters, huge, massive breakwaters that were going to be off the shore. So I'm really concerned about the whale migration on that. One of the questions that I think it was one of the council members asked, how are we going to get our money back? And Mr. Riefendorf mentioned that the only way to get our money back if another city comes in and puts money in. And gosh, that kind of reminds me of those cosmetic things that you can't get out of it unless someone comes in and buys you out. And that is really, that's a big, huge red flag. And so I'm really concerned about that. So I would definitely, no on that. If that was my opinion. If that is my opinion, sorry. And 2 years ago, I participated in the Leadership Academy, and Kyle Cover mentioned the groundwater of the wells at St. Cloud Golf Course, and I did a PRA request. I finally received, it took 2 years to get, finally received the 1986 and 1987 final report on groundwater management study that was completed by Boyle Engineering. And so it did mention the groundwaters at Prima Tesecha, Cañada, Secunda, Tesecha, Cañada, and the San Clemente substation, the groundwater basins. And so this is an old study, but I really would like to know if we have recent studies, and I would really love to see that. Because from what I gathered, I was reviewing it today, that the well number 1, basically it was abandoned in 1953 and originally drilled in 1930. Ground well 2 drilled in 1932, and it was abandoned because, actually, there's no data available at the time when this was done in 1987. Ground well 3 has been done consistently during the period from 1959 to 85. And there was some marginal conditions with that well, but it was still going strong, and it showed some age at that time. Well number 4 was taken out of service in 1982 due to a class B.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Again, this is a problem where if you go 1, 2, 3, you can't speak on everything.
John Dolagowski. There.
Hi, my name is John Dolagowski. I have just a couple of brief comments to make. The first thing is that I think we really need to take a look at what the future water demand for the city is going to be, and what is expected to be available in terms of imported water, because it is definitely a scarce resource, and you're probably aware that they're currently renegotiating the allocations for the Lower Colorado, and it's expected that California is going to have less than they have. They've been taking more than what was originally planned, and so Indian tribes, other users further upstream are trying to get a larger portion of that. So it's likely it will be reduced, and so that's one stream comes from the Colorado River, and the rest comes from the delta up in east of San Francisco. So and the population is going to be growing, so I think the cost of water will go up. So I think we should, consider the fact, and also climate change is likely. Not everybody believes in that, but I feel strongly that it is a scientific fact, and that they are expecting that rainfall is going to be less in the future. So that should be considered. And I think the important thing is that the city could reserve some sort of capacity for the plant so that they can take advantage of that resource when it's needed, even though we don't need it right now. So I don't know if it's possible to kind of structure the contract like that. And but also given the fact that the biggest, once the plant is built, the O&M costs is the dominated by the electricity costs. And so perhaps if the contract was written in such a way that the city would provide the power needed to generate the water that they're taking from the desal plant, then they could, if it was a good financial decision, build a solar farm to provide the power needed and reduce the cost like that. That's it.
Can I ask Dave one quick question?
Sure.
So, in the last
Before you do we have any other speakers on that?
No.
Go ahead.
how much is the water usage increase, say, from 2015 to 2025, in the last 10 years? Has it gone up dramatically?
Yeah, let me, I don't know like year to year, but just over the last, say, 20 years, for instance, San Clemente was using about 13,000 acre-feet a year of water use at our peak. Right now, we're using about, it just depends on the year. It could be, drought, we use more, and a rainy year like last year less. But on average, we're about 8,500 acre-feet a year, roughly. So we've seen through water conservation in the last few droughts, we've just seen customers, do a better job of managing and using their water. And so each drought you have, it seems like, there's a cutback of say 20%. Well, the bounce back doesn't happen at 20%, it happens like at 5%, right? People find out that they can, do more with less water. And so we've just seen water conservation. Metropolitan Water District, for instance, at their height of importation, we're about 2.3 million acre feet per year. And one of the reasons they're raising the rate so much at 11% and another 8 or 9% next year is they've seen water use drop from 2.3 to 1.5 million acre feet per year.
So people put in turf and do all the stuff that they've been promoting and all that. So we're actually using less water.
So conservation is working.
Yeah. We gotta use more
We
water.
pay more, but it's working. We just have all the infrastructure that's there to support the system. So.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next issue.
Next item. Or next slide. Second project, Spruce Beach runoff reclamation. Part of the problems in the Seguin and Shayla watershed, there's approximately 500,000 gallons a day that go down the watershed, and that's from urban runoff and groundwater during dry periods of the year. The city is not meeting its required total maximum daily limits for 3 constituents, and the intake. Part of the problem is in 2010, county and city got together and built a project to divert the water, run it through sand filters, a UV system, and a discharge out into the ocean. And so that project just hasn't worked. It's aging at this point, and the intake system is in the high tide influence, so it doesn't operate for periods of time, whenever the tide is above about 5.5 feet. And so because we're still considering or continuing to have bacterial exceedances at that location, the city is under a time-sensitive order to mitigate bacterial exceedances by September 30th of 2028. If the city doesn't mitigate those, there's a potential for fines by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and legal action from the nonprofits would be knocking on our door. Next slide. So city staff and the county staff have been working together on kind of a 2-phase approach project. And the first phase is to move the intake out of the high tide influence, to move it back maybe towards the DMV, somewhere back in that area. Connect that to the city's land outfall pipeline, which connects to the ocean outfall pipeline. That'll go 2 miles out to sea. The estimated cost is about $3.5 million, and the total operating cost is about $319,000 per year, which is a little bit more, another $70,000 more than the existing project that's out there currently. Next slide. So an option, which it originally started as this was going to be the full phase, but due to the cost of the project, what now is proposed as a kind of a phase 2 is to reuse that water. And so you have to go through a microfiltration reverse osmosis system to remove the TDS salts. The salts vary about 3,000 to 9,000 parts per million. We're getting water from Met at about 600 parts per million, and our recycled water is a little over 1,300 parts per million. So it's too much to divert that water and put it into a sewer treatment plant. So what would happen treated through an MFRO system, sent to a sewer treatment plant where then it would be used for recycled water. The city, we use about a third of our available recycled water, so we don't have a need for it at this time, but there's potential that that water could be sent to our plant and then sent to Santa Margarita Water District for their use, or it could be sent to the north and to JB Latham, Southwest JB Latham plant, and could be used by Santa Margarita, Molten Miguel, or South Coast Water District. Part of the problem is that water would be very expensive though, unfortunately. Yeah, but it would create a new water supply source. Next slide. So next steps, this project is moving forward a little bit quicker than anticipated. It's not in our current budget right now. It's in the 5-year budget. But city and county staff work together, put together an RFP. We're reviewing proposals currently and coming back to council in March or April for approval for the phase 1 portion. And that's due to grants that have been secured, about $1 million from Congressman Levin, and another $2.5 million through OCTA Tier 2 Environmental Cleanup Grant, which has a 50% match. And then as far as the operation and actual construction costs, any additional costs that have to be paid by the city or county, the city and county are working together in the watershed to determine who should pay what percentage, based on kind of land allocations, potential for urban runoff, and then also groundwater that ends up out there. So that's my last slide for this project. Available for any questions. Of all the projects, this is, I think, in my mind, takes the highest priority, and that's just based on the regulatory requirement.
Questions for staff on this item? No? Okay. Were there public comments on this particular item?
We have one public comment that's just for the entire item, so maybe wait till the end.
Let's go ahead with the next presentation.
Next slide. So another project is Recycle Water Quality Improvement Project. Not only the city of San Clemente, but all coastal cities that are providing recycled water have high TDS, and there's a number of reasons. We have a lot of salts in our soil. We have higher concentrations of wastewater because our flows are a lot less than they used to be. People aren't using as much water. We also have numerous water quality. We have about 7 water quality diversions where we're diverting urban runoff into our sewer system. And then also a big impact is water softeners. A lot of our customers have water softeners, and that adds salt to the system. And so our TDS currently is 1,350 parts per million, and our permit limit is 1,200 parts per million. The regional board is not going after coastal cities for not meeting their permit limits because they understand how important the supply source is for recycled water, and it's more of a secondary requirement. And so as far as our plant, we have the ability to produce up to 3,360 acre feet per year. Our current demands are about 1,200 acre feet per year. So we do have an additional 2,000 acre feet per year that we can supply to Santa Margarita through an interconnection, which would help pay for this project. Currently, the project is designed but on the shelf as of now, but the project would put in an MFRO system at the city's wastewater plant and would side stream about 1 million acre feet or 1 million acre feet per gallons per day, and that would be distributed back and blended into the recycled water system to lower the TDS to about 800 parts per million. So benefits of the project: lowers the TDS, we meet our regulatory requirements, it's better quality for our recycled water customers, especially the golf courses. They would love water at that low of a TDS. And it also allows us to partner with Santa Margarita since they would be using about 2/3 of the water. So they would help to pay for the operating costs and the capital costs through the sale of water to Santa Margarita. Next slide. So next steps, and this kind of goes back to the project cost. The initial cost was about $13 million per year. Due to increases in material, inflation, that estimate was about 2 years old. The actual costs, or estimated costs now, are about $21 million. Currently, we received about $700,000 in grants for Prop 1, Round 2 from the state. Staff So if we can find some additional grants, we can make this hopefully more cost effective. And then staff will explore other options to reduce TDS. We can look at modifying our permits. Doheny desal potentially would help with that as well. And then work with customers to reduce their brine discharge, which probably wouldn't be super popular in reducing water softeners. And so that's all from that project, unless there's any questions on that.
Okay, any questions on the recycled water issue? No? Good public comments?
Just the one public comment, Amanda Quintanilla.
Okay.
Not for this one.
Not for this
no.
one,
Yeah,
for the
sorry.
entire
Yeah,
project.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
Okay, this is the public comment now. That,
Is there more from Dave?
One more.
One more from Dave, okay.
oh, I thought you were done, Dave.
Yeah, sorry.
The emergency
Wishful thinking. But there's just one more component?
One more component, I promise.
Only one more?
Yes, this presentation has been way more effective on a hot summer day.
If you've got some
I feel like we
information,
have
Dave,
plenty of water out
go right
there.
ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay, briefly here. So this city has a long history of serving recycled water. We expanded in 2015. You know our use is about 15%. Next slide. So AKM was hired to see, what additional supplies could we provide out there if we extended our pipelines. And so we focused on 3 areas where our pipelines are already existing: Forest Ranch, Rancho San Clemente, and Presidential Heights. Next slide. The total demand from those customers or potential pipeline alignments is about 340 acre-feet per year, or 4%. Project costs are way more than staff ever anticipated, at about $48 million. So at this point, I think it's a good master plan to have on the shelf. As the cost of water goes up in the future, this project may become more cost effective. The staff, if it's the direction of the council, will kind of look to see are there smaller portions that can be built, and then if there's grant funding that's available, then maybe portions become cost effective. But overall, it's not cost effective at this time. That's all I have.
All right. Public comments? Unless there's council questions. Public comments?
Amanda Quintanilla?
Oh,
This wasn't on the agenda, or my agenda.
It's a component of what's on the agenda. If you wanted to speak, you can make a card, George, and speak.
It's 1A.
Go ahead.
Be
ma'am.
very brief.
Excuse me, Amanda, go ahead.
Oh, great, thank you, Mayor. So, Lynn, I think it was Dave Riefendorf had mentioned that they use from groundwater or well water, we use 15%. I think that was the amount that he did, that he stated. I'm not too sure about that. But when looking at the recycled acre feet per year, it was like 300. And from what this 1987 study said, that the annual groundwater extraction by the city were approximately 1,100 acre feet per year. And that was during 1959 to 1970. And then it went down to 800 from 1979 to 84. And I'm just kind of wondering, when was the last time that these wells were studied? Because that's something that, for an emergency type of situation, that we, that could be used, and as a, just as an emergency rainy day type of situation, that you could get that water in an emergency if things don't, an emergency like an earthquake or so. And so that's why I just had a question regarding that. But it seemed when going through this well waters that I think it was well water 5 that had some intrusion with seawater. But the other ones that it was, I think, what it said that it was a low cost to get them refurbished. I think it was groundwater 3, but there was a concern with groundwater 6 that was at the San Clemente Sub-Basin, which was close to the San Mateo, which is used by the Marine Corps, Camp Pendleton. And so I'm just kind of wondering how much of that groundwater from Camp Pendleton was used, because in this report they did say that some of the water was given to other sources. So I'm just kind of wondering who we give the water to, and if we have any agreements that do they need to pay us in some aspect or another. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's more questions than
Any comments?
George Gregory?
I'll try to be brief. I know I'm taking up a lot of time. The water issue is kind of a catch-22 for me. You know, the more I conserve, the more I'm charged for it. And, you know, hats off to the citizens for lessening our demand by, what, about 40%. Doing some rough math in my foggy head. And one of the things, you know, the legacy of Kenny Nielsen and Bill Hart, friends of mine, is we discussed several times about impounding water in the canyon along Pico. For several reasons. This helps us take a chance of a drought, because we can always desalinate that water also, or filter it for consumption. And also it lessens the turnaround for firefighting. Because we'd have a reservoir there. Wouldn't have to be a very big reservoir or anything like that, but we'd have a reservoir there. And think about what a wonderful park that Pico Canyon would be. We'd probably have some largemouth and smallmouth bass, kids riding their bicycle up and down. Can you imagine doing a bomber ride from Talega down to North Beach to run into the church? So, anyways, it's a really good idea to start using the Pico Canyon for impoundment of these recycled waters, just for emergencies like fire and consumption. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, council members, we have some options to consider. Thoughts on those?
I have a question now about I want to get a better understanding of the Poche Beach. I don't know if this is for you, Dave, or for the city manager. Help me understand what the requirement is, regulatory or legal requirement as a result of the litigation or the orders from the state or whoever directed us that we have to do something. What is that requirement?
So we're not supposed to have any bacterial exceedance, and I think it's total coliform, and Enterococcus, I think, are the three constituents that are tested on a weekly basis. And so there was a state order that everyone was, all cities and coastal agencies are supposed to meet that, and that was a couple years ago, so we didn't meet that. We're meeting it at all our other outlets, and so it's tested at every storm drain outlet throughout cities across the state of California.
So what's the actual cost to remediate that? Is that the 3.5?
3.5 for phase one.
And we will get grant funding of 3.459 for that.
Yeah, the only caveat is the OCTA grant is 50%, so we'll probably have to come up with a few dollars.
Okay. But phase two, is that also a requirement of?
That is not. That's a nice to have.
Okay. All
But
right.
it's expensive.
So I guess if I was looking at all this, I mean, I don't know. Is this something that we move, or is this was supposed to be just a discussion among members, and yet we have public comment?
Yeah, this was of course the retreat, and that's kind of why we do it. I think this subject is a really good example. This is an awkward discussion to have at a council meeting because you can't, banter several questions back and forth when you're in a more formal setting. But what we're looking for probably is, number one, the one that's causing us the most strain is we are getting pressure from some of our partners. Are you guys going to participate in desal?
I would say the direction then is, Delaney is off the table, recycled water is off the table, recycled water master plan is off the table. The only thing that we're looking at is phase one of the Poche Beach. And I would think that would be the direction we would give to city management as the way we want to proceed.
That's one. Comments, gentlemen?
My only thing is I like the idea of the phase two as well for Poche Beach to install the RO system. But is this between those phase ones and phase two? Phase one is absolutely first, or do you need direction of some sort that we need to look at them holistically?
I would recommend phase one first, and but we would build it with a expand to phase 2 in the future.
Okay.
You want to give yourself options.
No, other than I'm with Victor on this. It's rare that we agree on everything.
But we do, we've been agreeing on everything.
Well, this is giving direction.
Then I'm gonna say no.
Just because.
In terms of direction, I agree with the Pochi phase 1. I'm not in agreement with phase 2 at this point. Regarding the desal issue, there's some very serious concerns about the cost going forward. There's some offsetting litigation issues, but I think there's some real serious concerns about the cost. I think the council members have made that clear. I do think, though, that we owe it to our community, because this has been an issue that we've been looking at, studying for many years. And we have sort of a limited venue here today. And also, we haven't heard from our neighbor, the South County Water District. I understand I don't know if they've met with all of ours. I know they've requested 2x2 meetings for briefings on what the proposal is. This isn't a proposal, it's a staff report on what staff has been able to learn. We haven't learned we don't know still a lot of things from this. We don't know what the true details on the costs. Comments have been made. If it was a good idea, other people would have done it. Well, Huntington Beach tried to do it. Their plan wasn't up to date, it wasn't up to par like South County's was, and as a result, they were denied by the Coastal Commission. This agency got a clean bill of health and was granted all the permits necessary to move forward. Also, other entities have looked at this and are looking at it, and there's some good things for us, because if other people step in and help fund this thing, we're the beneficiaries of it. If we have a significant drought, we get the benefit of having a facility in our backyard that we don't pay for. So there's real benefits there. Water districts from the Inland Empire have been asking to buy in, because they know that in an emergency they're going to need the water. The water's fungible; they can offset it and get the value of it. I think it's one that we need to complete rather than kill the project before the district has even weighed in. I think we should hear the district, and we should let our citizens weigh in on a more formal hearing dedicated to the topic. So I'm not saying I disagree with the financial concerns that I've heard. They concern me as well. But I think ultimately the number one function of government is to provide water and safety. Water, and the sewer should be able to take the dirty water away, but water and safety. And if we had where we are at the end of the pipeline, and if the worst case scenario did happen, we're going to be very happy that it's here. So I just think we should give this a full vetting. So I'd support you, Victor, on the Pochi Beach issue, and suggest that on Pochi that we hear from the district and have staff prepare a formal proposal to hear, and then we can weigh in with the community on it.
Yeah, we did hear from them last year. I think all of us got briefed, maybe except for Zim Louie wasn't on, but they did brief us. So, I mean, it's not as if we haven't been briefed for over a couple of years.
There's some updated information.
Yeah. Well, I think they do deserve the answer, and I think we've already come to conclusions, but,
I would say, Ricky mentioned hearing from the community on this. And we haven't. I mean, we haven't done a poll or anything. We haven't seen if the community wants to have a $5 increase. So, or $1.80. Yeah.
Or $10.
Yeah. So, no, and I'd be willing to hear from the community on this. And if the community is saying, yes, we are willing to put this cost, and we absolutely think this is a great idea, then I'm willing to hear from the population.
So would that be like doing that, putting it in the water bill and letting them?
No, I think Mark's saying is have it at a council meeting on the agenda. I think is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a motion from?
Just to say that
I'm okay with that.
So what I'm hearing is that you would like to complete the interviews that you're going to be having with South Coast, which I think are next week, something like that. then put two items on the agenda. One is for sure to discuss what's happening at Pochi, and second, a discussion and decision on the Doheny salination. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. You need a motion on that direction?
I don't think so. Just direction.
I'm open to be persuaded by people, so because we have the meeting.
Oh, come on, Sam, really? Come on.
Okay, so I think we have direction for staff on those two items. Anybody else want to add
I'm
anything?
gonna agree with Sam that we need to have.
Oh, Jesus, you want to switch seats, Mark?
Yeah, right.
I'm open-minded.
Okay, thank you all, thank you members of the public for weighing in. I think staff has direction. Let's, before we move to the next item, let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, again, we probably should have had a retreat on water, to be fair. It's an important subject. It took an hour and a half. It's important. So, thank you.
Thank your company very much for doing that. Okay, we have a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Sean Ryan, Public Works Director. I'm here to discuss the Phase 2 final improvements for Casa Romantica. Phase 2 differs from Phase 1 in that Phase 1 was the slope, and Phase 2 consists of all the improvements up on top of the slope. I'll quickly go over the project background and then head into the discussion of the repair and replacement of Casa Romantica improvements on top. So,
you don't get the chance very often.
yeah, I got it. So, we all recall the initial slide happened on April 27th, 2023. We attempted to repair the slide to get it to a steady state so that we could do further investigations. It slid again on June 5th. From the second slide, we designed a system with grade beams and tiebacks. We have 97 tiebacks in the slope. We're also using GeoGrid in the slope as a part of putting the soil back. This work is being done under an emergency coastal development permit that the city received. And just a quick note, the insurance is covering the drainage portion of the work on the slope, but only the drainage. Clarify that. And next slide. So just, we have a few options that we can look at. We have the like-for-like, where we're essentially putting back exactly what was there prior to the slide. That includes all hardscape, the amphitheater, the observation deck, drainage, and so forth. We could, and then we have an option to do some amphitheater modifications or look at some observation deck modifications. The first option I mentioned was, like I said, it's like for like, so there would be no change. It would be putting the observation deck back to its original state, putting back the pathways that lead down to the amphitheater. The amphitheater floor would be replaced. I did speak with California JPIA this morning, and they did assure us that that portion of the work would be covered under the insurance clause. And it was basically just essentially putting it back just the way it was. Yes.
So just to clarify, because I just learned something that is great news, because I didn't know that they were going to cover anything on the slope. But it sounds like they're going to cover some of the drainage on the slope, and then the like-for-like improvements. That's all that the insurance company covers, and then any damage to the Reefgate property, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And
just to clarify, that's what the insurance company was
The
covering. The
rest
rest
of
was
it's like-for-like.
the like-for-like of any damage created by the slide, but not the slide itself. The slide itself was a city responsibility, and that's yes. Exactly. So I just wanted to clarify what they're covering and what we had to cover.
And just a question, is that Reefgate drainage issue, that stream that was going by their property, has that all been mitigated and dealt with?
yes, all of that groundwater is being picked up in subdrains and being routed
Out to the beach or something?
down to the outfall just north of Coeur d'Alene.
Andy, I'm not sure, what are they not covering?
So what they aren't covering are the tiebacks and the removal of the dirt, the replacement of the dirt, the planting of the slope, the replanting of the slope.
For the landscaping?
Yeah,
The landscaping was damaged,
yes.
but it's
Correct.
not covered by insurance.
That is, my understanding is the ornamental landscaping up on top may be covered, but the slope itself, the slope itself down here, this one, that wouldn't be covered.
So they don't cover slippage, but they cover damage to the structural.
Correct. That's right. And the drainage, which is.
Drainage that will cover.
To Zen's comment, the earthenwork and the landscaping, that's part of the budget that we've already correctly budgeted for.
That was the 8 point.
That was the 8 point something million, yes.
So they also, so the amphitheater was damaged due to the need to get heavy equipment in. They will, and they consider that as being a causation of the landslide, so they will cover that.
And that was in question not very long ago, so that was good news.
So we're basically got everything covered.
The damage covered, that's correct, but not the slope work.
Well,
But the expensive part is not covered.
But and what I'm saying is, so what are we here for?
Well, so what they'll cover is like for like. There was some discussion about would the council like to either augment that or maybe change it in some way, and if that's the case, we need to know now so that we can get the insurance company moving on the project. So if you like, for instance, the observation deck.
Is there a proposal for that?
We just wanted to hear from the council as the owners and representatives for the residents. Do you want the observation deck to be larger, squared off?
Is
Would you
that
like it to be larger, the
Is that
same?
patio you're talking about?
Patio, yes, patio, sorry. So we just need to know if you want like for like, we want to let the insurance company know so they can get started. If you'd like to make some improvements that weren't there before, let us know. They will cover maybe a portion of that. So we're just getting direction on, do we go ahead like for like, or are there some changes that the council would like to see?
Take us through some of those changes.
The proposal
Those changes, well, we're really seeking any direction from council for any changes that you might like to see before. So the Coastal Commission has requested that we submit a full CDP, and in combination of the emergency CDP, which is the slope, and combining that with all the flat work that will be done up top. So we're going to submit a full CDP. As a part of that CDP, they want an alternatives analysis as to why we want to put back what we're going to put back. So just to keep in mind, like for like doesn't necessarily mean Coastal Commission is going to allow like for like, but we need to present some alternatives to Coastal Commission, and so we're here seeking direction from council on any alternatives that you guys, council would like to see. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one more thing that they said they would cover, and I think you can maybe verify this. If there are changes we need to make because of some other regulation like ADA, if this was not ADA compliant before, when they build it back, they'll build it back ADA compliant, and the insurance company will cover that additional cost.
Yeah, any code changes that weren't a part of the construction, then if we have to make a change now, they will cover that. And that includes Coastal Commission. If Coastal Commission says, well, we want you to do this, then they will cover it.
Is staff making any recommendations beyond like for like?
No.
I'm sorry, Zen,
We have to put up.
So it's not just a building code upgrade. If Coastal Commission wants to impose any condition on the property and it has some cost, the insurance company will pay for that too.
That's my understanding, yes. That's my understanding, yes. So, for instance, one of the items, we had some preliminary discussions with Coastal, and one of the concerns that they had was there was a pathway that kind of meandered down the slope and then back up. I think they would like to see that pulled back more towards the top of slope rather than have it meander down. So that's one change that we may be looking at, and the insurance company would cover that change.
Okay.
Well, I'd rather hear public comment and then have my comment.
Any other questions for staff? Are you done with the presentation?
Yeah. Well, you might have a couple more pictures after you're doing what they-
Nothing.
This is, just go back one, so people have wondered, what the tiebacks look like, and I think the council will see those. So what you're saying is that we had to bring heavy equipment down and take out this floor area, and they're willing to replace that because that was the only access to the slope.
That's correct. So, we could replace the amphitheater floor with DG in lieu of concrete. That could be an option. That's something that, perhaps coastal would be more kind to. But outside of that, generally would be a like-for-like exchange.
Anything else in your presentation that you?
I did have one more slide that I thought was interesting. Is this it? Yeah, so this is the clay. There's a sand lens.
Oh yeah, this is a kind of cool.
If you want to know, this is very interesting. I'm an engineer, so I find this fascinating. I don't know. Are you able to zoom in?
Or is that a video? There you go.
Yeah. So this is the Capistrano Formation here. How hard it is, and this little thin layer is what causes everything to slide. So you get all that water pore pressure build up in there. It creates a buoyancy effect, which removes the friction, and it allows that walk slide to happen. And you can kind of see this line right here. It runs all the way across right here. And you can see the angle that it's on is actually the angle that the slid, it moved into reef gate. So you can see I just wanted to.
You're right.
You don't always see that.
You don't often see that close up.
Is that your finger in there?
That is my finger.
Oh. So was that the lens?
Is that a clay?
That's the close, yeah.
The glass, okay.
Yeah, it was only about maybe 3/8.
And is it
So
also
that caused by.
And that there was two of them. That was the lower one, and then there was one.
That's an interesting geologic formation. Years ago, I was talking to a hydrologist before the Laguna Beach, the Blue Jay slide, and the rains had been very heavy. And I asked this fellow, I said, "Are you expecting any slides there?" He said, "Not for 30 days at least." I said, 30 days? It hasn't rained for 30 days? He said, "Well, the rain takes time to percolate down to that layer."
Yeah.
And within a month and 2 or 3 days later, the Blue Jay slide happened.
Okay, I do have a question, maybe a little more technical. If that's a slide plane, it's pretty shallow. Why our tieback is so deep?
You have to keep the bedrock.
What you do is you're taking the tiebacks. They're compressing the slope together. So they put the tieback in to create that footing down at the bottom, and then they pull the tension and they sandwich it together, and that's what creates that stability.
Anchored to bedrock.
You're taking that giant thickness of soil and just squeezing it together. So it creates stability.
Thank you for your presentation. Public comments?
Yes. Wayne Eggleston, followed by George Gregory, followed by Larry Culbertson.
Hopefully this is part of this 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, just start over.
2 minutes left.
I didn't hear that. Looks smooth. I've been involved with Casa Romanica for a long time. Back in the late 80s, I saw walking on the pier a sign on Casa Romanica facing the water saying for sale. Became very much involved with Casa Romanica way back when in 1992. I became president of the San Antonio Historical Society, and we advocated for Casa Romanica to be a cultural center. In 1995, we started the Heritage of San Antonio Foundation to call attention to Casa Romanica to become a cultural center. We opened up a shop on 415 North El Camino Real which was a shop with exhibits, which was the Nixon exhibit, the military exhibit, a surfing exhibit, and to call attention to Casa Romanica. We were able to find a donor to turn Casa Romanica into a cultural center. And in 1999, the city council voted to turn it into a cultural center. So I've been involved with it for some time, and I see now that the insurance company will pay for a good portion of this, and that's excellent news. It's important for us to do this because the cultural center there needs the infrastructure improvements to really augment the activities they have right now, and to really have some revenue for their activities. And they do a wonderful job really promoting San Clemente and all the cultural activities at Casa Romanica. I actually became very much involved with it with regard to calling it, when the city council wanted to turn it into a Mexican restaurant, I called it Taco Romantica. And I really won my first city council race based upon that, believe it or not. So please, this is something that really needs to be done. We need to move forward on this because now a good portion of the infrastructure, like for like, is going to be paid for by the insurance company. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George Gregory.
Yeah, improve it. You got a great chance to make some terrace decks, have multiple events there and stuff. But privatize it. I'm sorry, I'm tired of being squeezed like the soil and seeing all my dollars go away. How much have we spent on Casa Romanica? Its redevelopment, its hill, its et ceteras, et ceteras, et ceteras. Think about the pool house. Is historical preservation for Ole Hansen I'll not go there? Is that really that important? Look at what is denied our public. Look at what is possibly denying our employees who are expecting a pension. This is too much money being spent constantly on this. We can find private donors. We can find private donors who can do it better and cheaper and maybe put their names on it. You know, buy a deck, buy a building, get the naming right. Fine, great, improve it. But get off my tax dollar. You know, unless you want to fight. Then winner gets to make the rules, okay? Because it's gotten to be too much. If that building is slid down, we'd probably be trying to rebuild it. What's the matter with an Ole Hansen Park? I mean, people could still get married in the park. They don't need that old building. We don't need the tax burden. Please, please consider privatizing it, and please pull the purse strings on it. I know we can do a better job with privatization of it. Taco shop, we wouldn't have this problem right now. We wouldn't have had all these expenses. How much have we spent on Casa Romanica? Has anybody ever totaled it up? Andy? Could you please tell Council how much we've spent on Casa Romanica through the years? I know you'd have to look it up, but maybe next time you have your pre-council meeting, you can talk about that. Because it's gotten ridiculous. $8 million on a pool clubhouse that we don't get to use? Gee, it keeps going on. This is a special interest, and it's not a general interest. So really, really consider that and offer that, because there are people who are anxious to do these kind of things. People with more substance than I do. And that's why I get so upset when I get squeezed like the soil. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next speaker.
Larry Culbertson.
I know George, he's a friend of mine, but he's wrong.
Always.
So, I'm a 17-year resident. I've been a volunteer at the Casa Romanica for 15 years. And I've been on the board of the Historical Society for about the same length of time. And I've studied the history of the Casa Romanica, have done some extensive reports on it. It's arguably the most important building in San Clemente. Most important historically because it was the city founder who built the building. He lived in it for about 7 years, 1927 to 1934. It's important architecturally because it's probably the finest example of Spanish colonial revival architecture in the city. It's been enjoyed by it's enjoyed more support from the people as far as wanting to not alter the building. If you look back at the reports back when the 1980s, people were fighting tooth and nail to save that building, not only the Historical Society, but many people, Ruth and many other groups in town. So it's definitely one of the most important buildings in town. Since 2000, the year 2000, when the current group took over running it as a nonprofit, it's become the premier cultural institution of San Clemente. And San Clemente has a lot of other fine cultural institutions. The Cabrillo Theater, the drama department over at the high school. We've got some nice art galleries. But the CASA combines it all together. You can go there any day of the week and see a multitude of cultural things to enhance your life. We have the thing I want to say, though, the bottom line is that it's important that we keep the Casa Romanica as a cultural center, and I would like to see it expanded. Instead of just replacing that terrace like for like, make it maybe 10% bigger. I've gone to hundreds of events there, and they're most always sold out. It's one of the most popular places in the city, but we could use more room. I haven't checked this with Ruth and with the board. I don't know how they feel, but for my money, if we had a little bit bigger stage, a little bit bigger terrace, the city would really benefit. Thank you.
No more comments. No.
Okay, fellow council members, any thoughts? Zen, you want to start off?
Sure. When I see this massive structure of the tieback and the concrete, I thought it looked like a terrace, and we can have our new amphitheater there. We need a new structure on the edge of the bluff as a stage, but people were sitting on the bleacher, looking toward the Catalina Island, the ocean, and the pier in the backdrop. I just don't know how realistic that is. It's going to cost a lot of money and takes a lot of time, and we certainly don't have the budget for that now. But that's all I have. It's in my wild imagination. Maybe not realistic.
It's nice that it's going to get put back together. I mean, I'm looking at the before picture. I guess they do weddings out there and do events. I don't know what did we fix the slope in a way that it would be easy to add more to that patio? Or we got to go re-engineer it?
Weight would not be an issue, but coastal would be a big hurdle.
Yeah.
Most likely would not allow.
Yeah, coastal like for like, I know is the best we might be able to expect.
It seems to me with the cantilever deck, to make that deck larger, it'd be more public access, and the coastal commission should be in favor. You're suggesting they wouldn't like that?
If we presented it in think about the end of Arenoso Lane where there's public access and then a little outlook for the public to look at the ocean. If you created something along those lines, they might be more interested in something like that. But I think just to put more concrete out on the slope, they're not going to like that.
Yeah. Sorry, go for it. Yeah. I have concerns about the like for like for the amphitheater only because it's so close to the reef gate, and we've had a lot of complaints. I have from the reef gate participants or residents. I don't know what is the distance there from those windows to the 20 feet.
It's close.
It's really close. So there are windows at the amphitheater, and with musicians and live events.
The stage is about right here, and
so that reef gate, I mean, it's essentially, I mean, if this was in North Beach and the apartment complex or the houses were on the park, that's what you end up with, is that they're, the amount of noise that you get in the reef gate is of concern to me. I'm not sure that restoring that is the best use of that. I would rather keep it as an access point and maybe even flatten it out so that we would have more deck space there as opposed to having the amphitheater restored to like for like. I just don't think it's an appropriate place, or maybe there's some other place on the property that, as Zen Wu has suggested and wants to build.
Raise the money.
If they could raise the money, they could build it. But I think where it is right now, I don't think it's an appropriate place. That's one of the concerns. The second thing, I heard the comments about this being a Mexican restaurant. The other concern I have is that it's become a wedding venue for so long. I mean, it's when we had that agreement, I think one of the things that Wayne had mentioned, it wasn't just don't become a restaurant, it says don't become a wedding venue, as I recall. And it's become a wedding venue. And so it's, we had said that it should be an occasional wedding, which to me means, maybe once, twice a month, not every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. Maybe it's not that frequent anymore, but one of the things that I don't have is the data. I asked our city manager for the data that's supposed to be presented to us annually in terms of the amount of income, an auditable books and records of the income and how that income was derived. Do we have that, city manager, on an annual basis?
I haven't seen it, so I need to work with them and get that, because you're correct, that's in the lease.
So, yeah, it is in the lease, and I'd like to see that, because I want to know, how many weddings they're having there, because I think the amount that they're having there is a little bit more than the residents that are adjacent to it deserve. And so these are things we need to work through with them. And I should say, I want to tell the city council, I think you and I met with them last year to ask if we could be an ex officio member of their board. And did you ever get a response from them?
I haven't yet.
Okay. All right. So I think we need a partnership with the board, with them, so we can have this conversation, so we can discuss this. The city can have more input into what's going on there. I know they can do what they want. So they have a lease that's up in 5 years, but the city has put the bulk of the money into restoring this, almost $8 million for a $4 million project. So we should have a little bit of say in the city council as to what the direction is. And I just feel like the city council has been boxed out of this, and I would hope that they would listen and say, let's start listening to the city council as to what the future is, so that we don't have to come to a meeting, but we can just go to their board meetings and, as an ex officio member, discuss with them what the future is and how we can work together. That's my hope, and I hope the city council would consider asking them for that kind of cooperation and guidance. But my concerns right now is that it becoming a bigger wedding venue, or restoring itself to a wedding venue. I know during the past 2 years when this construction happened, they did less and less weddings, but my fear is that they go back to their old practice of excluding the public from that, because you can't get there. They don't have events on any Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday night because of the lack of access. And I want it to be a public building where the public has access to it, and I would hope that that's the direction that we take as a board.
March, weigh in on those issues?
I'd only say that part of the reason why they're wedding venues is that they need to bring in revenue. And unless the city is willing to supplant that revenue that's needed to keep the building going, which we could decide to do, that's another cost that we have to do for more maintenance and more generation of funds to focus specifically on that building. In terms of public access, I don't like, when I think of my Friday night, I'm not like, yeah, I'm gonna go to Casa Romantica. That's that's a cool hangout place to be. And so it makes sense to have a wedding there on a Friday night or a Saturday night. So it's all balance, right? Like how do we get the revenue to maintain that building in the way that needs to be done, in the same way that we also have public access to it? The times of public access have usually been during the daytime. My children have gone on field trips to it and have enjoyed it immensely. And we do put on cultural events during the day before the weddings go there. But there might be something to think about in terms of noise with the neighbors. But again, it's balance. And before I make any sort of judgment on what would be best for the neighbors and what's best for the Casa and what's best for the city, I'm not ready to make any proclamation or movement. I do like the idea of being part of the board, considering the amount of interest that we have in there.
And investment.
But I'm more than that. I'm right now we're really just talking about the restoration. I'm for like. It seems like the easiest route right now, especially with the Coastal Commission. And if they need some recommendations for this path to go here or there, I'd say we should be open for it, and let's get the project done.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, before, and I see we have another speaker, and I think it's an important one because Ruth is obviously on the board of the CASA. But before Ruth speaks, I just comment. I like the comments that I've heard. I really like the amphitheater facing Catalina on that hill that seems to be built. Expensive, but I like the idea. I haven't heard concerns about the noise from the next door condo project, but in my thinking, and I really like the idea of maybe taking the value of that amphitheater out, because I'm not sure how much community involvement it really gives us, but expanding that patio with maybe a cantilever deck to get a much larger ocean venue, because that's where people congregate when we have events, where people like to be, they like to see it, and maybe take. And I guess the question is a question for the JPIA. If we turn in a bill for all these expenses, is it possible to get a dollar amount from the amphitheater and transfer that money to a much larger deck, or are they looking to simply rebuild it on our behalf, or are they looking to us to build it and simply reimburse? Do you know how that works?
They would, so it's like for like, if
I don't like to like this. My question is it fungible? Can we take that asset and move it to the patio? Is that possible?
I don't think so.
So,
Can we negotiate?
yeah, I think what they may do is they would do some kind of an estimate of how much it would cost to restore like for like. And then much like your own insurance company, they may say, okay, we'll give you a check for it. Now, any overruns or anything's on you, but here's how much we were willing to pay.
Yeah.
And then at that point, we would.
It'd be nice to have an answer on that before we give a specific direction. But a lot of comments have been made about the governance of the CASA with the lessee. So Ruth, go right ahead. I appreciate you coming up here.
I've been involved with CASA before it even began, because I was on the county committee to try to find a owner, and we had trouble in this city finding people who wanted to raise money, and so there were 5 of us who were going to be on the board. One never showed up, and so the 4 of us, including Judy Swain, who represented the donor who gave us the start of getting Casa Romantica, and we started this in a difficult period of business, and people believed in us, and they supported us. We took like 25 to 30% no more than that from the weddings, and so we're not a wedding venue. We are, but that helps us raise money to be able to present this program with for all ages, to people of all ages. 75% we raise, and we do that every year. And now, of course, it's been difficult for 2 years since we haven't been able to use the ocean courtyard. So please know we have a wonderful board. We have a lot of members that love us, and I don't think there should be kibitzing here about the support of the board, because it is a community resource and it's much loved. And I'm so very proud of it, and the members of the board are too. And so we invite you to visit, and we invite you to look at our budgets, and we do give them to the city every year. That's not a problem. I think probably if everything went as well as Casa Romantica, we would be in great shape. So I want you to know that I've been president for a long, long time, and it's been an absolute pleasure because now we have a board that is extremely supportive and working together, and we are one. We have many voices, but we all come together. And I want to thank you for having us here today. And our two executive directors are with us today. Would you stand with us? Thank you. And we had to have these two because we had to save money during this period because we couldn't have the weddings, which raised 25% of our income. So we had to really manage the resources very carefully. Now, this has not been an easy job, and don't think lightly of it because it's a huge job to keep up that place. And it's the city treasurer. I don't think Oli was the same, but I think that the building is a city treasure, and we should appreciate it and treasure it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, we did just receive a couple more.
Okay, let's hear those additional comments.
Amanda Q, followed by Jackie Grossa. Amanda?
So I just quickly wanted to add that when I was on the Citizens Amphitheater with former Mayor Wayne Eggleston, the amphitheater was something that I looked into. But during that time, unfortunately, the landslide, there was an inability to get that up and running until now. But I am supportive of the amphitheater. And the types of venues is, classical music or, classical music and very soft music. I mean, it's not loud. It's not going to be something that's going to have rock bands or anything like that. So I don't think it would be disturbing the area, and depending on what time frames you have it, it could be really enjoyable to have, or a play, or readings from any authors or something like that, lecture series that could be done as well. So I think as President Ruth Denal mentioned at Casa Romantica, that Casa Romantica is a treasure, and it's something that we really need to maintain, and I'm glad that the City of St. Clemente was able to do so. Also, Mr. Culbertson mentioned that this is Casa Romantica is the epitome of what a historical Spanish colonial home is like, with the courtyards, with the surrounding buildings, and the wonderful garden area. As I am in the St. Clemente Garden Club, I'm a member of that, and I do go and help out there with the landscaping. And it's unfortunately that we did lose a lot of landscaping area down on the right-hand side or the north side of the back area there. But I am really supportive of Casa Romantica. I think we all appreciate that. And as well, we have wonderful artists like Rick Delaney that has his artwork displayed, and other artists. So it is a cultural event center and cultural heritage center. So thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Jackie Gross, picking up.
Thank you. I am Jackie Grosseth. I'm one of the executive directors at Casa Romantica. A couple of points that I would like to just share with you. There is a usage report, facility usage report that has been made available a couple of times to the city manager, to different ones at the city council. We would be happy to make that available to you again. It's very succinct, but shows where the revenue comes from and where the usage comes from. In the last year, the private event usage of Casa Romantica was 5%. The year before it was 17%. So we tend to report and look at the amount of revenue that's coming in, and that number is very big by private events, but we don't always focus on the fact that of the overall usage of the property, it's a very small amount. So I would encourage the council, as you're considering all this, to look at those numbers. The second thing that I wanted to share with you is that the amphitheater in particular serves a unique purpose in that we can do a lot of classroom things there. We hold field trips throughout the summer, and with the school kids during the year, we have different things. We also have a very well-rounded garden program now that allows for people to come in and get different demonstrations, learn how to make things. We've got all kinds of things that are being enhanced in that area. And that amphitheater provides a unique space because it's outdoors, so if you're digging in the dirt and doing different things, that's a great space for that, and it allows for people to gather around. It's not a place that's used for weddings. There may have been one at some point in history, so if you go back and look, I would acknowledge that, but it isn't where weddings or evening type events take place. And last but not least, the other thing I would encourage the City Council to do is to look at our website and look at the upcoming events and look at the dates and times that those events are on. We had an amazing member evening last Friday night that was attended by over 130 people. So we are available to the public at hours other than our public hours, which are 10 to 4 daily, Tuesday through Thursday, and 10 to 2 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Beyond that, we have cultural events that are on the evening sometimes that people can buy tickets to and come to Casa Romanica. So there's a lot of access that's available for people that want to be there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Unless there are any questions on staff, I think we both kind of weighed in on that.
I have a question for staff.
Pardon?
I have a question for staff. The reporting we got from them, was it more of a pie chart than actual audit?
Yeah, the reports we get are not audited financials. They're usage reports, like she mentioned, and I will get with her and make sure in the future that we get audited numbers. I think that's
okay. That way we can tell how many weddings, how many different events.
The pie chart I got said like 20 private events. It didn't say what those events were.
And the contract's very specific, so we'll get that information.
And the last thing I would say, that because of the complaints of people with briefcase, if this goes amphitheater, if it goes that way, that we allow no amplification of voice or any kind of sound. I mean, if you want to have something down there with a cello or a guitar or whatever, that's fine. Or speaking, but we've got to cut out amplification down there.
And with certain hours.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you know that when the lease is currently up, when that's renewed, is it coming up soon?
I'm speaking from memory. I think it's 2030.
Oh, it's that far out?
Yeah, it's a ways out, yeah.
Okay. Will we have the ability with our construction issues to limit the, as Councilman Leffer mentioned, the volume and noise, that sort of thing, as part of the construction?
Not necessarily construction. I think as property owners, we can look in the lease and see if there's some way to regulate those hours. I can't answer without looking at the lease. So yeah, I want to make sure I understand. Thank you.
I have a question. For the insurance payout, if we decided to do something else, not to do like for like, can we use the drawings, solicit a bid from general contractor, then use the low bid as the basis of the damage and have insurance to pay for that? I worry about if we don't want to take that like for like approach, they're going to give us a low bid and give us a check. Can we actually go out for make a bidding from general contractor? So this is the market rate. This is market price to fix it.
And that question was asked, and we don't know the answer of JPIA, what they're willing to do. What I would, to answer that question, I think it's an important question. Why don't we, in this item, rather than go like for like, let's ask the council, the staff, to give us a report on the JPIA's flexibility on moving some of the funds, amphitheater versus a possible expansion of the deck, or just eliminating potentially the amphitheater without anything else. Just I'd like to get a better handle on what the insurance is willing to do.
What you're saying, and this is my favorite, is we have a bigger patio and less amphitheater. If they say this is the amount of money, maybe we can negotiate that.
Yeah.
Well, to what Andy mentioned earlier, if we chose to not put back the observation deck and we wanted to allocate that money to somewhere else, they would pay us out for what it would cost to replace the observation deck. And then we could not replace the observation deck and we could use that money for something else.
When you say observation deck, you're not talking about patio?
The patio area.
I'm sorry.
The patio.
No, I'm not talking about, I don't think anyone's talking about eliminating the.
No, I think
No,
you're just saying that in general.
I'm just speaking in general terms.
Well, the question was who got to decide that cost? Their estimator or
Yes.
the market?
It'd be their estimator, their insurance adjuster.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't we have it sounds like we're all asking the same question as the staff, so if we could maybe have a report back on that before we give you direction. But I think ultimately phase 2 needs to move forward, because that's unimpacted by the discussion we're having here on the amphitheater versus patio.
I think it's important that we keep our communication open with them. I think we made that offer. I'd like to extend that offer again about having a ex-official representative and request it. I just think having their input and our consultation with us would be important because we're not going to get to this every meeting at the city council, and it would be good to have that interaction. So.
Okay, I can support that as a request.
Okay.
Well, have an agreement there? Zen?
Well, I have a few extra comments. The noise from the amphitheater was an existing condition. So if we were to put it back, I would think that it would be okay.
Can I make a note? So the Coastal Commission conditions from the previous permit, they only allowed it was non-amplified sound from the amphitheater.
Of course, we will.
That was what Coastal Commission previously conditioned the project for.
Right.
They said that no amplified sound from the amphitheater.
We will certainly accept those conditions, but other than that, adding the structure to restore it for like condition, that shouldn't be an issue. It might be a point.
Well, I'm sorry.
I understand council members have some concern about the operation. My viewpoint is the operation issue is a separate issue from the physical change of the site and the environment. So that should be addressed at a later time when the lease is about to be renewed. Unless we have the appetite to explore the idea of relocating that amphitheater to the front of the slope, and that holds through another very different direction. Otherwise, I would support just restore it to like for like condition.
Okay, sounds like we have a direction of getting some more information from JPIA on the cost swapping, so to speak. You understand the concept of
Yes.
what they want to do money-wise versus actually them paying for the work, and then we can. I think also it's important to include the request at this point, even though it's the governance is different than the capital improvement issues, but clearly it's an important issue that the council's asked for and haven't heard a response. So I think it's appropriate to use that request as well.
Yeah, I think also reach out to Coastal Commission as well. And are they going to put before we go down the route of moving the amphitheater over to the hillside, is the Coastal Commission even going to allow this?
Well, we don't know what the coastal.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Certainly inquiry.
It's an inquiry. That's what I'm saying.
Our experience with Coastal has been they will not give you they will not give you an answer unless you submit a full concept to them.
You might test the waters, and if you get a sense, share that with us.
Is there also a risk that they could put conditions on us?
They typically always do.
This is a concern of mine because what kind of conditions could they put on us?
So that's the challenge of getting an emergency permit like we did, is that we've already agreed to whatever conditions they choose to put on us. We don't know what they are yet, but we've already agreed to to do that.
Okay, I think we've got direction from the staff. Are we clear on that, Andy?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone that testified. Ruth, thank you again.
You don't have to say that.
Good to see you. The next item is, please, where are we at here? Cultural resources. Scoot, Sam, Mariposa Bridge.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Leslie Meyerhoff, Coastal Administration.
This is not the quietest room as people are moving. Okay.
In the interest of time, I'm going to go rapidly through the presentation. I've got about 27 slides. There's lots of photos, but I know you have a lot still on the agenda, so I'm going to roll right to the next slide. So we know there's a coastal erosion problem in San Clemente. Our key challenge that we are trying to solve for is this loss of sand in the northern ocean side of Littoral Cell, which is where San Clemente is located. This is a photograph of sand that has come out of the San Juan Creek after a major rain event, the El Nino event, I believe 2005, 2006. So this sand supply to the Capistrano Bight, which is the area between Dana Point and San Clemente and San Mateo Point, really has a sand supply shortage. The primary sand supply is effectively cut off, and so now it is up to us to try to restore sand flows. Next slide, please. In this photo showing 2008 and 2021 at San Mateo Point, you can see the photo on the left, there's a lot of sand. The photo on the right, there's no sand. Our coastal experts are saying that we need between 5 to 7 million cubic yards of sand added to the beaches over time to restore beaches to the point where we would have a walkable beach, regardless of the tide. Last year, we added 237,000 cubic yards. That is approximately 5% of what is needed. Next slide, please. So what we have done is we have begun developing a comprehensive beach sand replenishment program. We have projects that have already occurred and that are in future planning stages that range from neighborhood scale, like North Beach, to large federal projects like the Army Corps project. So this graphic shows the city boundary on the left with the red line, the city boundary on the right with the red line, and then all of the projects that we are working on in various colors here. So the scoop footprint is shown in blue. It's kind of hard to see it. I'm going to redo this graphic, but there's 4 scoop sites within this exhibit. There's 2 OCTA beach sand sites. There's the Army Corps site in pink in the center of the city. There's Regional Beach Sand 3, that's the Sand Egg project. There are 2 footprints, sand footprints in the city. And then the last item is nature-based sand retention pilot project. So we have that in the works too. So all of the projects are listed here. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on most of them. Be happy to take your questions either during the presentation or at the very end, whatever your preference is. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, of course, we just completed last year the Army Corps Stage 1 event where we placed 200,000 cubic yards of sand on the beach. This is a 50-year project scheduled to have 7 more renourishment events over the next 50 years. Each event brings 200,000 cubic yards of sand to the city, and over the 50 years will bring 2 million cubic yards to San Clemente. Next slide, please. Just a before and after photo, pretty remarkable difference. The beach with no sand, the beach with a lot of fresh sand. Just a shot showing what the sand looks like as it's coming out of the end of the dredge pipeline. This is showing the project nearing the completion stages last fall. Switching out a North Beach scoop, we placed 37,000 cubic yards on the beach at North Beach, and again, just the contrast between a cobble beach to a sandy beach is quite dramatic. Next slide, please. This project differed from the Army Corps in that this project delivered sand to the beach via truck. We brought Super 10 trucks to the beach. You can see in the photo the Moby mats, which are these rubber mats that were laid down the beach so that the trucks could back up on the beach, dump their sand load, and then drive off the beach. We accessed the beach through the Capistrano Shores community, and we head across the county infrastructure called the MO2, which is Stormwater Channel. So lots of logistics to get this project off and getting implemented, but we were successful, and the beach is still looking quite good. Next slide, please. Just a couple more photos showing the project in process. And we brought sand right up against the city's public safety facility on the beach. So this was really the driver for the project. That facility was being undermined and directly attacked by waves. So we raised the elevation of sand about 10 feet in front of this facility and giving it some extra length. This is a shot from a drone just showing the beach at the end of the project. And our next project is the offshore sand source investigation. This project was initiated earlier this year, and this is a grant-funded project as well. We have a team of engineers and scientists looking right now at various areas offshore of the city of San Clemente. We are looking right off San Clemente. We are also looking at areas to the north and to the south, but our priority is to find sand as close to the city as possible, because we know that the sand is free, but the transport cost is the driver. So the further you bring the sand in, the greater the cost. If sand can be found locally, we will radically reduce the project cost for future scoop projects. Blue Star represents the city of San Clemente location, and then we've got two sites right offshore, one at North Beach, one at San Clemente South, which is just south of the pier. We also have San Mateo Point we're going to be investigating, 2 additional sites to the south and 2 additional sites to the north. So these are the priority areas that we'll be looking for sand. So in terms of our next steps and the schedule, we have an exploration plan that is being prepared by the consultant team. We should have that by the end of this month. They are already in the process of applying for their state lands permit. They need a geologic sampling permit from state lands. So we expect to have that by summer. They are concurrently preparing an SAP, a sampling and analysis plan, which will go to the dredge materials management team, which is a state federal consortium of agencies such as EPA, Army Corps of Engineers, state lands, Coastal Commission, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and there might be one other. And they will basically review the sampling plan and give it a green light or request modifications to that. The team would then take that approved plan, go out on their boat, do the vibropore sampling, and we've been told that they know, basically they do the vibropore, they bring it up on the boat, they crack it open, they take a look at it, and they say, yes, this is good sand, no, this is not good sand. We're currently looking at 6 to 8 days of vibropore sampling off the coast, so we should know by probably August whether we've got a good new borrow site off San Clemente. Assuming that we do have a new good source of sand off San Clemente, we will begin permitting that. So we would be doing environmental review and obtaining permits to use that sand source. Okay.
Does that complete your presentation?
No, I have got 7 more.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know how you want to.
No, if you have a question of what she's presented so far.
So how do we I mean, I've never seen potential borrow sites off of San Clemente. How did we identify those?
Yes, could you go back to slide 18, please? So the team took the existing data from Army Corps from around 2000s, and then they found some additional data from USC that was done in the 90s. They found some additional work from Scripps. They basically compiled all of these databases and determined that there's a lot of good data that they can build from that is going to help them fine-tune where to look precisely. So,
but the Army Corps did this work before,
yes,
and they only found significant sand in
discrete geotechnical borings, and they found mostly fine-grained sand and not great depth of it. So we're basically going to be straddling those areas where they have already looked and go into maybe a little shallower area, a little deeper area, to try to see if they really characterized all the sediment that's available in the areas that have already been sampled.
Did they not do core sampling?
They did, and so where we know exactly the core has already been, we're not proposing to go there because that would not be a great use of our time and money. So we're looking beyond that area.
All right. It almost looks like they line up with watersheds, just as well.
Yes, yes. And one other thing I didn't mention at the beginning is that there is sort of a sweet spot because most of these areas where sand exists in the offshore is at mouths of rivers and drainages, various water courses. And we're looking at a water depth of about minus 30 feet to minus 60 feet. The seaward side is constrained by dredge capability. The inland side is that we need to stay outside the depth of closure in adding new sand to the system. So we're looking at this band along the coast to hopefully find fish for the city. Okay, this is the Sandag Regional Beach Sand 3 project, or RBSD3. The city asked to join this project in September of 2023. Sandag said yes, and so the city signed an MOU in late 2023 to participate in phase 1. The cost of the city for that was $106,000, and we are expecting a draft feasibility study March 6th from Sandag. They're going to be publishing that at their next shoreline preservation working group meeting. So what we'll find out there is the potential cost for the next phase of the project, which would include some additional data collection as well as environmental review and permitting. And they're also going to be providing a cost-benefit analysis. So they will say, San Clemente, here's the potential cost of the project, here are the potential benefits, come up with a benefit-cost ratio, and that will be used to obtain grant funding or other appropriations, other sources of funding in the future. Also, I would note that WRDA, which is the Water Resources Development Act, was signed, I believe, in January, and that has a line item in it, thanks to our congressman, that is specific to Orange County and San Diego having a combined coastal feasibility study. So we managed to get that in federal law, which is great. Unfortunately, there was no money allocated to that, so we're now working on trying to get funding for that study. And we're in communication with the Army Corps of Engineers. They're excited about moving forward with that. So that might somehow integrate with the Sandag Regional Beach Sand Project. We're going to see if the timing syncs up. So more on that in the future. So this is the footprint at North Beach. This is about 300,000 cubic yards at North Beach, so about 10 times bigger than what we placed last year. Next slide, please. This is the footprint at the pier and then south to Calafia. This is about 800,000 cubic yards. So combined, the Sandag project would bring 1.1 million cubic yards of sand to the city. Okay, now on to the San Clemente and UCI coastal collaboration. This is a brand new collaboration for 2025. We have Dr. Brett Sanders from UC Irvine leading his team of graduate students, and they are working on a couple of projects or problems for the city. Namely, they're looking at restoring sand flows from the San Juan Creek, and they're also looking at inland sand sources and looking at how we deliver sand to the beach, and are there any ways to optimize sand delivery, either by fluidizing it in a pipeline or using conveyor belts. They're being quite creative and innovative and trying to supplement what we're already doing, because if there's something that we're missing, something we're leaving on the table. The students are working as a team, and they will be reporting back to us in probably May with a draft report and a final report in June. And this is basically going to be their graduation project. These are Masters of Engineering students now graduating in June.
Question? A comment. When we met with Dr. Sanders originally, he said, we will give you these students, right students that will figure out how to do it inexpensively and quickly. And so,
UCI Doge team?
That's the UCI Doge team, essentially. So he's got some bright young minds that he's put on this, and I think they're going to come up with them.
I do too. I'm really encouraged by what they're already thinking about. Next, okay, so this is, I think I've run through all of this. This is the schedule. So this is going to be Dave Regan's website.
We're not talking about sand. We're talking about, I'm going to point, because Andy's done a good job at, let me get up here, myself, a few things. So we're talking about Area 3. OCTA has been looking at, the 3 areas with sand and possibly putting sand back and riprap. But the Mariposa Point side, so we're looking at the inland side. OCTA staff has come up with various alternatives, and so their recommended alternative, which was approved by the OCTA board on Monday, their staff in coordination with city staff are going to continue looking at this option here, and what they're looking at is putting a soldier pile wall approximately 43 feet from the center line of tracks. That'll range anywhere from, here it is, 6 to 29 feet in height, so it's going to be fairly tall. It'll be similar to the wall that you see out at Casa Romanica. That would provide room and access for to relocate the city's pedestrian trail, so it'd be at grade instead of having a bridge. So I think that would save us, on replacement, save significant costs on maintenance as well. I really like this from a utilities perspective. We have a sewer line and a recycle water line that's owned by the city in that area, and so when the bridge went in, we lost our access to the sewer manholes. And so this alternative would provide access to our infrastructure as well.
Yeah, quick question. Because the JPIA was agreeing to put the bridge back. So is JPIA going to participate in funding this project?
So, you want me to answer it? Go ahead. Yeah, so I think the way that's going to go, the city, or JPI is willing to give us money to repair that section of the bridge. And so what we'll have to tell them at some point when we're ready is that, yeah, we're ready to repair. They're going to cut us a check, and then we can use that check for whatever we want, either on other projects in the city, or there's still going to be some work that needs to be done. We need to remove the bridge. We'll need to, at Mariposa, when you come down the hill, you have a portion of the bridge there, we're going to have an at-grade connection.
Congresswoman Levin also agreed to pay for it. Maybe we'll get paid twice. We'll pocket one of them.
Is OCTA building the soldier bridge?
I get a question first. So I thought that the soldier wall was in this place right here, where the wall was. As I understood OCTA, the wall was going to be here, but you and I have gone out there. I've gone out there with OCTA, and the movement is actually over here. So will the wall extend all the way down where this is actually leaning up against the...
So the wall will extend basically where our bridge is now. The wall will go that whole length.
The whole length.
And it'll vary anywhere from, what is it, 6 to 29. So probably in this area, it's going to be close to 30 feet in height.
The OCTA is doing the wall.
Yes.
But I guess my real question is, that dirt is already up here, so how do you get 30 feet in without tearing down the wall? Tearing down
Victor, stand to the side so you can see where you're pointing.
Yeah, so what he's saying, and you've all been out there, this area is already kind of slept off and is leaning across the bridge now. So when they take the bridge out, there's likely to be movement here. And they will have to take a lot of that soil out with that.
But there's not 30 feet there, so are they going to take...
So what they'll need to do first,
the bluff down?
And how they'll do it is they'll go in and we don't know exactly yet, but I think the way it may happen is they'll have to go back and they'll create an access point here. They'll build the wall back here before they remove this wall. So you're going to have to the bridge comes out, and then that'll give them access, and then they'll put in the soldier piles, and then you'll end up putting the boards in behind it, and those boards come down, that'll provide the support, and then they can remove the soil and remove the existing wall, the new wall behind.
But if we're talking, I don't want to get
There's a point there. Let me move that way.
But if you're talking about 30 feet from center, that's somewhere up here, isn't it?
43 feet.
43.
It's on the other side of the bridge, yes.
It's on the other side of the bridge, but it's also in the bluff.
It's in a port, it's somewhere right in here probably. And that's gonna be the 30-foot high section through there.
All right.
And so OCTA they're continuing to further their investigation, and they're hopeful that they need to get through Coastal Commission. They don't know if it'll work as an emergency permit or a regular permit, but just the report, at least for now, says potential construction in late 2026.
And we're currently budgeted for the bridge replacement, correct?
Correct.
And how much money is that, 5, 6 million, or?
We only have a couple $100,000 in our current budget.
For the bridge, for the entire
Oh,
bridge?
for we have, the JPIA will pay for the replacement of the 2 sections that went out. For replacement of the entire bridge, that money is sitting on the slope at Casa Romantica.
Oh, okay. So currently there's no money for that bridge?
No, so this worked out. This worked out quite well. In some ways, if we'd have rebuilt the bridge, we'd have kind of been sorry that we spent the money. So maybe it was just dumb luck, but it was probably we were lucky it didn't turn out that way. The other thing I would say is that at the OCTA meeting, they're not going to wait on this project to move forward with the others. They want to kind of cut this one off and go first with this one, so we can get the trail reopened, and then they've got several other projects.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
I think you have some recommendations.
Staff recommendation, please provide direction. This is the last slide.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Good job.
Question on moving forward. You have a number of agencies that you're seeking grant money from. The County of Orange Parks is in there, but I didn't see the County of Orange proper. Our supervisor has always said, I've got money for you for sand.
Yes.
Are we going to be, I don't see them on the doors that we're going to be knocking on.
Yes, we are looking into Orange County grants right now. We're doing some deep dives into what funding sources they have available for the city.
Okay.
I wanted to follow up on that
Go ahead.
because, I mean, one of the things that she has delivered to Dana Point is money for their beaches. And that came from Orange County Parks or from Orange County itself?
From Capistrano.
Campbell Beach, yeah.
Some federal, some state, some local.
So it wasn't county money then?
I think some of it was.
It was.
I think some
Oh,
of it
well,
was.
it's not county money. That's,
No, it's not county taxpayer.
okay, so we need to get some of that money in San Clemente too, and put that on the list too, to ask Orange County for
As
that.
soon as Supervisor Foley knows that San Clemente is part of her district, I'm sure she will write a giant check. I just don't think she knows that she goes south of Chapel Beach.
She is aware that this money is coming in, and she's hopefully looking to spend it in the right spot.
I'll be the first to congratulate her. I will.
Okay, so we're all in agreement. We will move forward on the 2-year plan?
I want to make a comment.
Go right ahead.
I'm very pleased with the land side concept proposed by OCTA and our staff. That works for San Clemente very well. But Victor, you have some problem how they do it. How are they going to do it? It's difficult. It's going to cost them money, but they're willing to accommodate our need. So OCTA has been on our side, at least on this issue. And so I would say, let us work with OCTA as a partner to see what they can do for us, bring more sand to our beach and so on.
Okay, before we go with the direction, I think we may have some public comments
Yes.
that we need to hear, so.
Amanda Quintanilla, and the speaker has submitted 2 cards for, I guess, item 3A and 3B, so do you want to allow 6 minutes or 3 minutes?
Great.
Go later.
3 minutes, did I hear? Okay, I'll start there.
So one quick presentation from Ms. Meyerhoff and Dave Riebendorf. I attended the November 21st Coastal Advisory Committee meeting, and there were experts from the Coastal Frontiers and Dr. Brett Sanders, and it was discussed that it was conveyed that 1 million cubic yards of sand was supplied before the development of Doheny State Park. So that was 1 million cubic yards of sand. So that supplied southern beaches throughout the 60s and 70s. And that's really important to note because that amount of sand to build Doheny, they did that preemptively, so they wanted to make sure there was plenty of sand, there wouldn't be any problems with that. So the 5 million cubic yards of sand that Ms. Meyerhoff stated, that's 5 times that. So that's an incredible amount. I think the expert from Coastal Frontiers also mentioned that in 2023, Doheny State Park had a sand replenishment project, and as a result of Hurricane Hillary, it caused some coastal erosion because of the strong, fast waves, and that the upside on that, the good news was that it did supply sand to our southern beaches. So just to kind of go speaking to the OCTA has been a partner and ally for years, and from what I from what Mr. Hall said that day on Monday, and he said, we just want to, at least I want to be here today to thank you for your leadership on this issue. I know that it is a very complex issue when you start to deal with something that includes everything from the United States military to rail to a city to a county to the Coastal Commission and to state lands to residents to there's a lot of interests that are taking place in a very small geographic area. I really appreciate the fact that OCT has stepped forward to kind of lead this process. I know it's not easy to get on the board and making these decisions, but we really do appreciate it. I wanted to make sure that we thank Daryl and staff. They've been very inclusive. They have had numerous meetings, almost weekly meetings with our staff. We have been involved in almost everything that has been happening here. They have been very open to some of our ideas. I just really wanted to thank you. I know it's a difficult situation that you find yourselves in. We are partners in trying to make sure that not only does the trains continue, but we have a beautiful waterfront. As you can imagine, our residents are passionate about having their beaches and their waterfront as you are as keeping the trains moving and other transportation in the county. So by the way, the other thing he wanted to make sure that people understand we do so much more for the city of San Clemente than just trains. There's so much that happens in San Clemente because of the OCTA. We thank you for your efforts. Again, thank you for including our staff in what you do. And I want to emphasize that because there's been a lot of false narrative.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That's it.
Was that it?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's, any objection moving forward with the 2-year plan? Now, quick question, Madam Clerk. Is this meeting being recorded?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is the one that I thought this whole day was going to be about, which is the capital improvement program. So let's jump right into it. We've read the report, so I don't know that we need to have a huge discussion, but
in fact, I'll give, in light of time and the opportunity that I get to brief you further on this, and knowing that we'll make further refinements as we go forward, I'll be very brief. But those are capital projects we've been talking about, which leads us to the capital improvement program. And one of the things that the city council did a few months ago was the city council wanted us to let you know what projects we're actually going to get done and when we're going to get them done, because there was a very large backlog of projects. And I believe it was Councilmember Cabral, and we had one that came forward. I think it was the pump track, and it was, wait a minute, how does that go to the top of the list? And we have a lot of these other projects that we should be working on. And so the council wanted us to kind of look at, wait, when are certain projects going to get done? And so we did that a little bit. And I'll hurry through this because, again, I get the opportunity to talk to you in future times, but these were really important discussions to have about our capital improvements. So the first thing we did is we took the projects. There were several projects that had been completed that were still on the list. And so they were kind of intermittent in the list. They weren't in any particular order. There were just some that were completed and some that weren't. And so it made the list look a lot longer. So the first thing we did is we removed the projects that were completed off the list. The next thing we did was we separated what is a capital project from maintenance. A capital project is something really that's new in the community. It's not maintenance of an existing facility or fixing an existing facility. It's a new project like some of the ones we've been talking about today. So once we removed the capital projects, you can see that there was, by the way, this is the worst slide ever created. I don't expect you to read it, but you can see that there was just this long list and everything was just kind of garbled in between. So after we separated the two of those, the next thing we did is we looked at, but what we wanted to do was make sure that we followed the priorities that were established by the council earlier, where, of course, course, emergency projects take precedence, and then those that are council initiated, then take the ones that have funding timelines, like grants have to be completed in a certain amount of time. Complementary projects where, hey, if you're doing one and you might be able to piggyback another, or there's some savings, and then some that are identified by staff that just need to be done. So what we did then is we actually created 3 levels of capital projects: high, medium, and low. High being the ones that we will complete in this budget cycle. So I had staff, I said, you guys are going to be held to this. Put the items on this list that you believe you will get done in this budget year, so that there's some predictability. We can go back to the council and say, we're going to get these projects completed in this budget year. You go to the next one.
What's medium?
Oh, you already did. She's Megan's hurrying me along. I really appreciate it. And then you go to the medium priority, and what the medium priority is this will be done in the next budget cycle. That next 2-year budget cycle, these are the projects that we commit will be done. Now, the council, of course, runs the CIP. You guys adopt this. The council may say, well, we actually want the Maxburg Park fountain refurbishment done in this year's. And if we do that, we can come back and say, okay, yeah, we can accommodate that, or yeah, we can do it, but we might need to move one of these other projects down. But at least now we have some predictability, we have some time frames, we can commit to some certain things from the council. Because before it was just one big long list, and I'm not sure how we picked the projects off the list. We kind of did a little bit of everything. And then you go to the low. These are things that have been identified and are in the budget, but haven't been moved forward yet by the council, and they're not immediate needs, and so they kind of go in this lower priority. Again, I can go through all the detail with council, and we'll be refining this as we go forward. You can go to the next one. Then we did essentially the same thing with our maintenance projects. But I do want to go through real quick. So we had the high priority, you can go to medium, go to future. The one thing that we do have that's a little bit different on maintenance, if you go to the next slide, is there's ongoing. This is maintenance that we basically have to do all the time. So we have sewer system rehab, or water system rehabilitation, or valve replacement. And there was a very good suggestion made by, I think, 3 different council members said, to move some of this stuff forward, if we need to, how can we involve the private sector in helping us move these things through a little bit faster? And we're going to explore that a little bit. Right now, the council does it on some of your projects. For instance, we'll put out proposals, and you guys will approve various paving improvements. We have one that we put out paving improvements, and we hire a pavement company that they're basically on call, and we can say, hey, we've got a problem with a road. Can you come fix this section of road or sidewalk? So we might be able to get some of these on some of those on-call kind of projects, so that we can move them more quickly, and we're not waiting on a 3 or 4 month RFP process every time we want to do a valve replacement. Maybe what we can do is a year-long on-call for any valves that go wrong. So we're going to be looking at ways to streamline that way as well. So again, I know I had the luxury of being able to talk to each of you. You may have questions for me. We will continue to refine this. I think it's much more readable now, much more predictable, and we will continue to refine it. If you have questions for me, great.
Your slides aren't in our backup. Exactly. I know we have lots of similar information.
Similar, that's right.
You prioritize it very well. We should have seen that in our packet.
Yeah, the packet, I agree with you. The packet was a little bit more confusing than the way we did it.
The on-call contract concept, that would still be on prevailing wage rates?
Yeah, the way the state procurement code reads is that any public works project, and it's just defined as a public works project. Any public works project over $1,000 has to be done with prevailing wage. As a general law. So
explain the savings we'd have by going to an on-call contract for categories of projects like this. How would we save money?
Every time, for instance, if we have valve replacement, every time we had a broken valve and you had to put out an RFP, you can imagine how long it takes the staff to put together an RFP and put it on the bidding and review the bidding and bring it to you and approve a contract. If we can do those more efficiently by saying, hey, we want to have an on-call, and maybe it's not a 1-year project, maybe it's 2 years, so that, hey, for the next couple of years, we want you to submit a bid for time and materials. What is the cost?
So you have to categorize the type of work they're doing.
Correct.
So that you get water people that know how to do valves versus nail hammer guys that know how to drive.
Exactly.
There are also some public contracting requirements that we need to navigate to make that happen too.
So the on-call concept would be you'd identify local contractors, hopefully that would have some benefit because they're local, they have a preference or.
Yes, we would hope to get local these are the opportunities, I believe, these are the opportunities for local contractors for two ways. For what you mentioned, and also, if you're building a construction company in our community, it's nice to know, oh, these are the things that the city is working on. I can build my expertise to the things that the city's doing on an ongoing basis.
If you were to go to an on-call scenario where you identify contractors that could assist us in this very large backlog, how long would it take you, in your estimation, to identify the contractors and to begin to say, here's your list of 5, 10, 15 items, when can you get them done? And also, a comment on the money, because a lot of these items are several years old, they might have increased in the cost of doing them. How do you envision that working?
Yeah, that's a fair, the last part is I think that a lot of our projects, so we went through and we reviewed them. For instance, the one that I could just off the top of my head, because we talked about it tonight, is we had $1.5 million in there for diesel, and we're finding out now it's 2.58, right? So I think all of our projects need to be updated, and we need to make sure that the money that we have set aside is still accurate. That's yet another step in our CIP that we have not done yet. We've reorganized it. Now we need to go through and make sure that the funding we've set aside is appropriate. And if not, come back to the council and say we either need to eliminate some of our projects, can't do as many as we thought, or we need to allocate more money to them to get them done. In terms of your first question, it takes us, and I'm going to maybe rely on Dave a little bit, to get an RFP out, to get it reviewed, to get it in front of council is probably a 90-day process, probably 3 months. And that's moving it. Probably, to be safe, probably a 4-month process.
How many of these require, I mean, a lot of stuff you can do as city manager, or Dave can do it without coming to city council.
So anything over $60,000 we bring to the council. Most public works projects, as you can see, most of them are going to be in that, over that. But you bring up a couple of really good points. One of the things that we have in our CIP that we want to take out as well, for instance, we'll have design of a park. The design is not a capital project. A design is a work product. So we can clean up our CIP a little bit further by taking things out of the CIP that aren't capital projects or aren't major maintenance. They might be a study. Well, a study really belongs in a department budget, not in a CIP, not in a major maintenance budget. So we still have some cleanup to do, but wanted to let you know we're making a lot of progress. This took, by the way, Sean's gone, but Dave and Sean and Brian, we spent many hours and a few days doing this, and it's been very, very helpful. It may look like to you just more garbled, like kind of earlier, where we just put some color on it. But it's much easier for us to understand, and a lot easier for us to be predictable when Councilman Loeffler calls up and says, when are you going to have this project done? It's so much easier now to be able to say, this is where it's in the business.
It's yellow,
it's yellow,
yellow,
sorry. I know we moved quickly, but we'll stay tuned. We're going to do even more. We're going to make it even better.
Can you also show them on the map so we know, we kind of have a feeling of where they are?
You know that, that's very interesting. We do have a GIS system. That actually would probably be something that would be very beneficial in a CIP. So
you just need to adopt.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a budget.
It's in our budget.
Yes.
It's in your budget to make a map?
It's in the CIP budget, there's a map which shows.
I didn't include it, but there are some that we could, the only reason I say some that we can't, like valve replacement, I mean, depends on where the valves go down. But a lot of the projects, yeah, I think that's.
No, we want to see every valve on the map.
Okay. Okay.
We do keep track.
It might delay some of the other projects.
He's getting punchy.
Make sure I take my,
you feel it first. I feel it first.
Job in my district.
That's right.
Your district. You guys have got houses in Denver. You've got nothing in your district.
So where we going here is,
We do have one speaker card, Mayor. Amanda Keegan.
I've been through a couple budget meetings and wrote down some mistakes and errors in calculations and graphs, charts, and tables. And I really appreciate this because it really outlines all the it prioritizes all the projects. And when looking at this, there are a lot of projects that are city infrastructure that we really need, that I think the city needs to focus on. And things like water pumps, valves that really go to maintaining our city. I know there was one that I know was dear to Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer for a bike lane, a Class 1 bike lane, which is a Class 1 bike lane in California there's like a protected median, and similar to the PCH at North El Camino Real. And so, but the concern on that, from what I understand where the location of this is in the north side of Pico, which is right under the Monterey Land Formation landslide there, and that big, huge wall that's holding up that area there. So I'm really surprised that that would be included in that as an emergency or a high priority one, because people are going really fast in that area, and then there's no yield or anything straight to make a right onto the I-5 freeway going northbound. So I'm really concerned about that. Being a San Clemente alumni, going to San Clemente High School on my bike, it was always easier to go on the south side. And so, that was something that, and I just wanted to ask, how many bicycle places do we have in that area and going on the north side versus the south side? So I think that would be able to save some money there. That I think that the prioritizing things that are routine maintenance, city infrastructure, that is really important. And I don't think that, I think that as a member of the public, there's a lot of emphasis on the pump track at Steve Park, and there's great donations, and that's fantastic. And I'm very glad that that was moving forward, and the skate park there as well, because that's something that the residents wanted for years. But I think the priority is looking at what we need to maintain our city on a regular basis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Question. When we discussed we talked about agendizing this idea of how to move forward with the capital improvement projects. A comment was made, I think I may have made it, to see about having a group of, not just on an on-call contract basis, but actually having contractors sort of be an adjunct to the city manager, people in your hiring, supervision, or control that would take a group of these and sit there and do them. Is that worked into the on-call contract? Or do you see that as something separate that might be done? Does that concept work in your mind?
Yeah, I think the projects that would be eligible for professional service agreements, that's what the city attorney and I were just discussing a little bit. Those that would be eligible for professional service agreements, I think we could do that way. The ones that will fall under the public works projects, there's a very specific process for bidding those out and whatnot. So I think we want to, if you allow me, I'd like to come back and maybe show you a list of things that could fall under a public, PSA, or professional services agreement, and those that this one's going to have to be bid out. Then we can take a look at it and see how much.
Professional services, on-call contracts, would you see that any other categories that might help expedite getting these projects started? I like those two concepts. I just wonder if there's any more that come to mind. I can't think of any, but.
General services.
General services type?
So professional services, general services, yeah. So definitely, we'll look and we'll try to put together a list of those that could be done in that manner, because we could you're right, we could probably move those a lot faster than going through the RFP process.
And you see that as being able to put that together, a proposal to do that in a fairly short order?
Yeah, for sure.
And come back to us with a recommendation on that within 3 months?
Oh, yeah, I think so. And hopefully even faster than that. I mean, the reality is there's a big backlog of projects, and that's the frustration of the council and the residents. Residents here, he's sitting there staring me down because we made this promise to these residents to put in a crosswalk up on and it took.
Thanks, Dave.
It's in though.
It's done. It's done. But everybody now is too old to use it in the neighborhood.
No, it took about 18 months, and we'd like to find a way to get these projects in and out the door much faster than that. They got very frustrated, and of course it reflects on the city council. They don't understand whether or not there was a bid. It didn't matter. It just took 18 months, and that was frustration. So we want to find a way to make these happen much more quickly, much more efficiently, cheaper. Part of time is the real enemy here. Inflation and everything, that time is the problem. If the quicker we can get these projects built, we're probably going to save money.
Taking that crosswalk, having the council's priorities, that helps us as a staff too, because that wasn't a budgeted project, so we waited until we had budget. So knowing that certain ones are priority, we could have come back to the council and got an appropriation of funds to build it. So there's ways, if we know those are high enough priority, then we can.
That would have been in the pinky cabinet that we never got.
Yeah,
That's
so never done.
Any other questions?
But it was a good example. It took a long time.
I have a question about on item 4, page 8. So are the items that we have listed here as capital improvement, CIP, have they all, are we saying they've all been approved by the city council
Yes.
already?
They've been approved and funded.
And funded. So, the opportunistic sand, pedestrian audible warning, Pico widening, I-5 to Frontera, the Pico Class 1 bike lane at cost of $1.8 million, and the signal synchronization, those are all funded and ready to go?
So, for instance, the council doesn't fund necessarily all of the projects. Some of them are Measure M, and that's
We're getting money.
Get money from different sources, correct?
But those are, if I'm reading it, those are the priorities we would do as expeditious.
Expeditious. That is correct.
And I'm trying to figure out the funding timeline, because what does that mean? Because pump tracks, isn't that almost done? Why is that a lower priority?
So the funding timelines, the reason it's a different color is funding timelines are those projects that have distinct timelines that need to be met. So for instance, if we do a CDBG project, an ADA, you have to spend that money within a certain window or you don't get to spend it. So that's what the green is. And that pump track was that way. If you remember, they came to you guys and said, we got to do it right now or we're not doing it.
What about Benito Canyon? What is that project?
That's a CDBG project. We're adding shade structures to the playground.
Okay. And we have the money and it's...
Yeah, it needs to be spent within the next 3 months or 4 months here.
And the restrooms here also, right?
Yes, and the restrooms at this building as well.
And then help me differentiate identified needs. Those are not funded?
No, they're funded, but these were the ones that were identified by staff. So example, the first one there, the artificial field turf replacement, staff just knows that we went out there and we checked the turf and the turf's got holes in it, it's not safe anymore, so we just know that one's got to be done. So it was put in the budget, and the budget of course was approved by the city council in general, but it was specifically put on there by staff that this is something that's got to be done. And council members may or may not know that level of detail of what needs to be replaced. So these were actually placed on it by staff as things that need to be done.
So will these get done this year then?
They will be done in this budget cycle, so within the next 18 months. That's correct. 17, I guess.
And if I move to the medium, how does that relate to?
So the medium, if you look at
Does that mean
it
they may or may
says
not?
medium and then it says fiscal year 27-28. They will be done then by June of 2028.
Okay, so next budget cycle then?
Yes, next budget cycle. Unless the council were to move it up. The council may say, no, we want that Cochee Beach runoff reclamation. We want that done you know, you talk about it tonight, this is phase 2. But you guys may say, no, we want that done, we're gonna move it up.
That's phase 1.
Oh, you just moved that up?
Look, it's not a budgeted project, it's a future.
Yes, exactly what I was gonna say.
There you go.
No, but I guess my real question is, if we were to move something from, say, okay, this medium project needs to move up to 1, we'd have to take something off of 1 then. More than likely.
Probably, it depends on what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very likely. And then we have some, like, for instance, on page 9, you'll see a star there by the Riviera Beach entrance improvements. Several years ago, there was a suggestion that we put a large number of bike racks near the entrance, at the end of the cul-de-sac there at the entrance to Riviera Beach. The staff had a large meeting with the majority of the homeowners in that area, and they all said, we don't want it. So we have a star there so that the next time we take the CIP to the city council, to bring it to you and say, if the neighbors don't want it, do you want us to take it off the CIP and not do that project? So there's a few that will happen in that regard as well.
So the pier was the same thing, the improvement, the bike racks. Is that on here? But it's been done already, so where would I find that?
The pier bike racks are on that list you saw at the beginning that said completed.
Okay.
Just right down the first. Yep, so those are, so that you won't, if you're looking for those, they're on the list.
Completed this week?
Yep, yes, this week, that's right. When's the ribbon cutting? It's coming up.
San Clemente Day. The 22nd.
Yes, San Clemente Day, 22nd.
22nd of what?
February.
Oh, that's San Clemente Day?
And it's now.
Next Thursday.
Huh.
I didn't know that was
I
that
should teach you guys more.
You're a council member.
Every day is San Clemente Day to me.
Saturday. It's a week from Saturday.
And what are we doing?
It's the ribbon cutting for the new bike racks. They're down.
Oh, okay.
That's the Fishing at the Pier Day too, right?
Yeah, we're just trying to celebrate on one day.
Yeah.
You know, BPR likes to put big events together.
We're just trying to be efficient.
That's all the questions I have.
I just want to add one comment, Andy. I want to echo Mayor's comment. We have all these projects. There's a huge backlog. Those money has been either approved or allocated or secured. The need has been identified. The project needs to be done. The money would otherwise generate a very small amount of interest compared to the cost inflation.
Correct.
We want them to be done faster. And we'd like to see this the list to be substantially shortened.
We agree.
Within, can we say within a year?
Well, the
2
list,
years.
the list that you have in front of you has a majority of the projects being done in the next 3.5 years.
But either bringing on-call consultant at the bench or hire some contractor project managers to get those through. We want expedited those.
Yeah, we talk, and staff does, when we go through this, we also talk a little bit about pacing. So what you'll see is you have the contract going in at Steed. You saw that there was a suggestion that we expand the skate park at Steed. There is the pickleball courts at Steed. At some point, if you don't pace that, you shut down the city. You got so much construction going on in one spot, you shut down the city park for a couple of years while you're doing these projects. So there is some pacing that goes on so that you're only doing part of Steed Park, so the rest of the park can be used. So in some respects, faster is usually better. It isn't always better because you do have to take into account just how much construction you can be having going on in the same place at the same time.
Okay. I would just say an analogy used back it was December. We talked about this was the traffic jam. That we are the traffic jam. I think it'd be good of us as a council to really think hard of what do we want to add to this list. And the more we keep adding to it, the more that traffic jam continues to get bigger and bigger. It might be good of us as a council just to take a break on some of these things that we keep adding, just so that we can get a handle on what's already on this list.
I would also add to
Because
that.
the city took a couple of years break during COVID, and that's where we really got behind. No, we were doing projects, and it stacked up.
I would also add that, you know, we have limited staff, and the more work we give the staff, I'm going to use you as an example. If we have you working, 20 hours a week on committees, then when do you have time to do projects? That's a rhetorical question. Next item.
Don't answer
Any more comments on this particular?
Thank you. And you haven't seen the final product yet. It's a work in progress, just like the budget. We'll be continuing to improve.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Next item, discussion of committees and commissions. Discussion regarding possible direction on the committees and commissions. We don't go ahead.
So Mayor and Council, this was brought to you at your direction at the December 10th meeting, just with a lens toward staff efficiencies, and I think Councilmember Cabral just possibly opened the discussion in his last comment. So Adam and Samantha oversee their department's staff, the commissions and committees, so they are here to present some possible ideas for council consideration.
And let me just say, a lot of these are just ideas. So what ends up happening is, about this time of year, the city clerk puts out feelers for some people that want to serve on boards and commissions. So if the city council is inclined in any way to change the makeup or type of committees or commissions we have, this is the right time so that we don't advertise for the wrong thing and have people go through a process only to find out that the council wants to maybe modify how you're doing some of your committees and commissions.
Any thoughts on bifurcating or joining these committees together?
I think attrition's a great thing.
Can we hear from, are we going to hear?
Yes, these two
I guess it's staff reports or?
I thought the staff would. You have a staff report? Go ahead. If there is one.
Well, you guys are the
Discussion.
We have people that spend most of your time on
some general experience and information that we can share. We're also open to hearing what the council has thoughts on first. But
well, I have a question then. Tell me your commitment of time to commissions and committees, and how much of your work week you spend dedicated to that. And if you look at doing projects versus time on committees, what's the most efficient use of your time in your view?
I appreciate that very straightforward question.
You're steady on that.
So, this is definitely dependent on the role, and it changes over time. So, what I can say as the Community Development Director is that a year or two ago, the Community Development Director was not dealing with as many committees and commissions as I currently am. The new committees that have been formed, or the realignment of some of the committees, or just a general need for a director to start becoming more involved with the committees, has changed the amount of time that I need to spend dealing with committees and commissions. I would say typically it's about probably 15 hours worth of time, 10 to 15 hours of my time.
Per week?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Per week, we'd be talking. I'd say 5 hours, a solid 5 hours. And depending on the week, it could probably be 20. The work that the committees do, I will say, we really like the involvement. There's a lot of people that want to be involved, and we really do appreciate the desire for the committee's input. What I will say is that the committees have transitioned from more advisory roles into project producing roles. And
For
those-
producing projects for you, the staff.
I won't say it in those terms, but
Well, I'm
there's
saying-
a lot of skills that's required to help them take on these tasks. If, in addition to that, I spend a lot of time on actual specific projects. And I'll give you an example. The Public Safety Committee, who have done some really great things, one of their projects, and it's been on their work plan for 5 years, or probably the entire time that they've been a committee, has been to look at disaster preparedness. And in that work, most of what they have been working on is information gathering and looking at some I'll say, relatively minor aspects, mostly communication related to disaster preparedness. After the landslides 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, it became very apparent that our emergency management work was not being accomplished the way it needed to be. There was a gap analysis that was provided by a consultant who was at the time doing this work for us, which the Public Safety Committee had seen. And they had been communicating with this consultant and communicating with the folks that were involved at that time. And it never got to the point where the most important work was identified. The most important work that needed to be done for a few years now was our local hazard mitigation plan. That was one of the top items on this gap analysis. And that came from staff's rapid assessment of certain needs after it was identified that we were ineligible for federal and state disaster funding during declared emergencies. The time that the Public Safety Committee has been working on disaster preparedness, I would have much rather had staff devote time on that specific topic to investigate what the true needs were for the city and to prioritize a work plan list. That's not to say that the Public Safety Committee has not done a lot of really good work. It's just that they were not, their direction is better when there's a specific advisory task that is provided, i.e., Carlsbad has an e-bike ordinance and we wanted to see if that's going to be good for us. Have them look at this ordinance, not look at the entire global emergency management field and figure out what's best for the city. The noticing of meetings, the attendance of meetings, a lot of this work would be much better handled outside of, and it could include input from the community, outside of a formal committee body. The LHMP is a great example of that process. We'll have an item on this soon. That included a lot of community input through that process, and it demonstrates the local hazard mitigation plan. It demonstrates how staff can process those types of projects in a more efficient manner than committees.
So let me follow up on that. What about in terms of, I know at certain points in time, there's a delay in getting information back to us. I mean, we're looking at a project, we're already moving, this might be more with the sand project. You know, we'll ask them to look at something, and then by the time they get back to us, we've already put sand on the beach in North Beach. So
and that's another great example. The Coastal Advisory Committee currently is staffed by an interdisciplinary team within the city because it doesn't neatly fit into any specific department that has the resources and the time to staff it fully. That one is very intensive in its draw on staff time, and what's What's notable there is that it was created at a time when there was a significant need for focused effort to get sand, to keep sand, and to look at water quality. All of those tasks are fundamentally being handled by staff adequately, if not exemplary, in an exemplary fashion right now. And so a lot of those meetings are problematic because, one, they're bi-monthly, so that the things with sand need to happen immediately. And so to get that feedback, it can take a little bit of time to work through a committee structure. But also, a lot of those meetings are spent with staff telling the committee effectively how they're accomplishing the work plan projects. And I would much rather have city staff, including Leslie, spend that time actually working on the product, presenting things to council directly.
And can I give you a practical example? We'll throw the planning commission out of this conversation because they're mission-driven, kind of. You know, they're reactive. Things are brought to them. So there's really not much to change there. All the committees should be saving staff time, not creating staff time. When I was on the public safety committee, we worked to ordinances, especially. How can we improve our city ordinances or add some? And we put together, with Adam himself, the language, and then it went to the city attorney, and then the council got it. Are we going to approve this or not? Yeah, this is a good ordinance, it isn't. But we're doing projects and product from those projects. Shouldn't be a think tank, and I think a lot of these have turned into think tanks. There's no product that ever comes out of it. And that's there. If you're just talking things and having staff do research on your conversations and coming back, it's just this ebb and flow of obscure ideas that never come to fruition for anything. And so we're using staff time to kind of benefit this think tank with nothing coming out of it. And I know we asked Beaches and Parks to come back with a pilot program for a dog beach. And then I said, well, where's it at? Well, they weren't really in favor of the project. Well, that wasn't the direction. The direction was come back with a pilot program. Well, it's so, I don't know, maybe it's leadership within those, the committees or commissions. I don't, because the staff doesn't want to go in and direct them. It takes more time to direct them than it takes Adam to just do it. So,
can I just follow up on your
absolutely.
I want to follow up with some of the other principles. So Samantha, can you give us your observations and your experience?
Yeah, I mean, not unlike Adam, as I'm heavily involved in each of my committees and my commission. Part of that, though, is I don't have a mid-management lineup, so I have really kind of line staff, and they're pushing out events and all kinds of programs. So I'm working to transition some of those supervising staff into more report writing roles, and I think that's important for succession. So my time is spent, I'm probably 12 to 15 hours per week on collectively commissions and committees. Of course, it's always going to vary. If there's a bigger item that's up for discussion, I'm going to hear more often from certain commissioners or certain committee members. Some of that goes to, that changes. In my experience overseeing commissions for almost a decade now, it's an ebb and flow. I mean, I've worked with commissions that I don't hear anything from the chair until the day of the meeting, and they run through a meeting just like that, and we're moving on. There's decisions are made. I've also been with commissions that they tend to get too into the weeds at times, and it's not with ill intent. I think they're trying to be really thorough, but some of it could go to leadership and very direct lines of this is what we're looking for. I think I'll jump in from my conversation with Andy and also Adam. I think there's an opportunity to streamline. I see that, and this is what I see in other agencies as well. Parks and Recreation is very commonplace. Those commissions always have a role, and From my perspective, we've had really good meetings in the past where it is the first step for public input. So council's not getting a room full of people with pitchforks on either side. The commission level allows for some of those feelings and emotions to be hashed out in front of the commission, and then there can be a recommendation and kind of some workshopping before it gets to council, so it's cleaner. And there's maybe a little bit more kumbaya on the other side of it. I think arts and culture has a place maybe as a standing subcommittee underneath Parks and Recreation. I have some colleagues in other cities that they're directors of Parks and Recreation. They also oversee public art, and public art is a faction underneath Parks and Recreation. I think specifically with arts and culture, it's important and we want to see it grow. We are going to be tied a little bit with funding issues. We haven't identified funding avenues for all of these wonderful public art projects. And there's grants, certainly, but we also don't have a clear vision for where we're going with arts and culture in the city as a whole. So it's maybe going to be hard long-term to stand up a committee for that. I do think there's a place, though, to live underneath Parks and Recreation. That utility box art is one of them. There's murals throughout town that can be added, and maybe part of your selection is we want to have at least one representative who is arts and culturally inclined, or they have some skill set in that. Golf committee could be somewhat construed the same. That, golf is very specific, and I don't want to downplay that at all. It's important that the golfers, our committee members, our representatives know the ins and outs of the golf course. But they meet 4 times a year. Their meetings are very succinct. I will give them that. They are 57 minutes or less. I think the longest I've ever been was last week when it was the master plan. It was a 2-hour meeting. But I do wonder often, is there an ability to put golf committee almost as like a DRSC, so a subcommittee of the Parks and Rec Commission, and they meet every so often, maybe it's quarterly, and they tackle golf ideas and then bring them back to the commission as a whole at a regular meeting. I think that would streamline. That would be 4 less meetings for staff to manage per year if you combined all 3 of those into one. And then you're living kind of under this one commission. And I don't want to steal Adam's thunder, but the other side of that is human affairs, which is fully under community development, but there are certainly areas of human affairs that merge into Parks and Recreation. Things like the resource fair, those types of events used to live under recreation. It used to be something that was done frequently. We had a collaborative that we were part of. There was a lot of connection with social services. So there's maybe an opportunity to transition some of those priorities underneath Parks and Recreation as well, if that's the intent of the council.
Can we get one time from Leslie?
You have a question for Leslie?
The same question.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Well, I guess my experience with San Clemente Commission's committees would be the Coastal Advisory Committee. I think when that was reestablished, I was assigned staff, but the demand on my time was so great that I think we ended up changing the staff arrangement on that. So I'm no longer the staff advisor. I do updates and project presentations from time to time, but I'm not responsible for managing.
But was that because the demand was so great on you for time?
I think so.
And was your experience that they gave you direction or that you gave them reports?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Okay. All right.
I have a question. There's an old saying that the amount of work increases to the size of your briefcase. And when we schedule these committees and commissions monthly, bi-monthly, it's like something has to be done. We have a meeting coming up. What's going on? Is there a time when we could maybe schedule these committees when there's actually something to discuss? Maybe on a call on call basis when something's actually needed, as opposed to a regular schedule where you have to meet and you have to sort of come up with something to talk about when there may not be a whole lot to talk about. Would that help? And number 2, if we combine some of these committees, you mentioned the regular subcommittees. subcommittees that also meet on a regular basis also take up staff time and generate work. So the concept of being on call when there's actually something to be produced, even for the subcommittees. Does the on-call basis make any sense? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A good example of what you're describing is the city's traffic committee, which is a subcommittee, or I should say, the planning commission serves as the city's traffic committee. They review modifications to parking and transportation layouts in the public right of way when engineering has a project for them to review. And those projects tend to require city council review, so they, I'll say maybe it's probably 4 times a year, 5 times a year, that one of those items goes to the planning commission and it's in their normal meeting agenda. It's not a separate meeting. They just hear it as one of their agenda items, serving as the transportation committee or traffic committee. And I think similarly, we could look at reallocating some of the council's desires expressed for work plan projects as part of that type of subcommittee. Which I would say one of the other benefits of that is that a committee that has, or a commission that has a few focuses will lose that narrow focus that they tend to fall into when they're just looking at one slice of what the city does. To have a better sense of what the city staff are actually working on, the entire breadth of what we're working on, helps them understand the amount of staff time that is really going into facilitating this type of work.
any other questions for the staff? Any suggestions? Oh,
Well,
question?
I
Go ahead.
have a question for you. And how have in your experience, how have other cities handled this?
I've had some discussions with about the other extreme. So we're here in Paradise and everything's beautiful in San Clemente. And the biggest thing that people want in our community is don't change it. That's the biggest thing is don't change anything. And they're right. It's a beautiful place. But I have worked on the other side of that where you have a community that wants change and they want it fast and they want it done as quickly as possible and whatnot. And so I think I've given you the extreme. In Imperial Beach, they don't have a single committee or commission. The council does it all. They don't want to waste time and extra hearings, extra meetings, not just bring it straight to us and we're going to get it done. So
That's including the planning commission?
they do not have a planning commission.
Oh, man, I don't want to do all the planning commission's
No,
work.
but that's what I'm saying. The situations are different. So there's the extreme of having maybe too many committees, and maybe the extreme of maybe not having enough committees, because you certainly want to involve your public as well. I think what we're trying to do is strike that balance. What we probably have gotten into is that we have there's 3 different things that happen in our community, and we're not exactly sure how to define them. We have 2 commissions. And commissions are very clear. The Planning Commission, BPNR, those are commissions, and they have actual clear work assignments. Like you mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission reviews development applications, makes final decisions, and typically a commission has that final decision-making authority, and they can alleviate the council from being overwhelmed with some of those things. The committees are the ones that get a little bit more nebulous and are harder to define because committee members, when you're sitting on a committee, you think you're a commission, you think that the decisions you make should be final, but really they're 100% advisory. They're just suggestions to you guys. But when you say it wrong, a committee member will say, "Well, what am I doing here? You know, what a waste of time if what I'm doing here doesn't really matter." So staff wants that fine line of saying it really does matter, but in the end, there's 5 people to make that decision, and they may or may not agree with that. So that happens. You saw it on the Public Safety Committee. Not everything that came forward, the council agreed with or passed. They'd say, "Well, thank you for bringing it forward. It's not of interest to us. Thank you." And so the staff took a lot of time maybe on certain things.
I think everything they put forward, the council passed. I'm just saying, I didn't experience what you're saying.
But you understand the concept.
It's I don't know.
I would say, I know we're talking about the do want to say, and I think we all agree, that what the work that these commissioners and committee members do is extraordinary. So it's not a reflection on their work. I think what they do and the recommendations that they come up with are good. We really do thank them for all their effort, but we're just looking at efficiencies and seeing if there's a better way to do this. And I like your comment that, you know, of the two extremes. I know that on occasion, going to the beaches, parks, I mean, not the beaches, the coastal advisory with Leslie, it was like the things that they were talking about, we were like 10 steps ahead of them because we were having meetings every day and they were meeting quarterly. So by the time Leslie talks to them about what's happening, we're already working on 3 weeks ahead of them, and they never caught up, but they don't ever catch up. So that's a real problem.
Well, it's I mean, when we first started having a coastal advisory committee years ago, we didn't have a Leslie.
That's right. That's what changed.
Nor were we making much progress on sand either.
No, that's exactly right. But we have now.
There's a need for it at the time, and maybe there's not necessarily a need for it now.
The only other committee that I think might fit into the commission category is the investment advisory committee, because they really they're apart from all the others. The people that serve on that committee are all
You get some independent analysis.
And they don't take up much staff time. That's
They don't do staff at all.
So that's, yeah.
So do we want to give our staff some direction on the committee and commission makeup? So we have some
Mayor,
recommendations?
we do have a couple of speaker cards if you'd like to hear.
Apologize. Let's hear from our, unless there are questions of staff, let's hear from our speakers and then we'll see what we need.
Susan Ambrose, followed by John Dolagowski. Not for this item. You put a card in for item 6.
too late now.
No, it's all right.
It's too late. Time expired.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk about the shock I had when I looked at page 2 of this agenda.
Did you want to speak on 6?
And that says the Coastal Advisory Committee.
Maybe you meant the policies.
Include items that staff is
Oh, no,
currently working on and are also being addressed directly in the City Council. Yes, I know as chairperson that is true. And I can tell you, I totally understand that the role that I play, no matter if it's chair or just a member, not just a member, but a member, that we are an advisory group. We are not telling you what to do. We're just advising of some choices you could make, etc. So I'm very keen on that, and I've been very keen on correcting or adapting the people on the committee to think that way. Sometimes I win and sometimes I don't. But at any rate. And the other comment, which really surprised, the City Council may wish to sunset the CAC at the end of this fiscal year as the projects would continue to be handled by staff and directly by the City Council. And of course that would happen if you got rid of us. And I'd like to say that, you know, I've been on the Coastal Advisory Committee for some years now, and we operated with the people of Blake Kenny and Bill Hart, etc., and people really who respected other people and their comments and their contributions and their recommendations to each other. We were groups that honored the people that were with us because they could have had different and succinct skills that one of us didn't have, or vice versa. We appreciated those people. And I'm looking at this now, and when I saw the goal here was for 3 goals: sand acquisition, sand retention, and water quality. And I jumped for water quality, just bingo for me. And the other people who wanted the others, I knew that they would have difficulty with that because Leslie herself told me that she was not allowed to talk to me. And that itself was also disconcerting. Okay, well then where do I get the information from, or how do I know what information you want? And so that means, and by the way, Leslie is doing a fabulous job, and I admire the work that she's doing. I have high respect to you. So I'm just so glad that we got you in San Fran. We worked together on you know, the needs assessment, et cetera, when you were working with other consultants at the same time. But anyway, back to this, I think that what we're doing now is, oops.
3 minutes.
Can I finish
Thank
this,
you.
please?
No, thank you very much.
All
Appreciate
right.
your comments. Next speaker.
John Dolegowski.
We speak for 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
3.
Yeah, so my name is John Dolegowski. I've been on the Coastal Advisory Board for approximately 1 year. I came from a consulting engineering background, and so I worked as a professional hydrogeologist and as a chemist prior to that. So there's been a lot of information come up to speed on. It's been an interesting experience. I'm going to just real briefly say what we've done to give you an idea, and then share some recommendations for how I think it could work better, because I think we could improve the process. I've been working primarily on water quality issues for Cochise Beach. We were requested by former Mayor Chris Duncan to, in his mind, sort of independently figure out what's going on there. We invested a lot of time in there, reviewing reports, meeting with city staff. We've had a few meetings with Dave Liebensdorf and Nikki Beach, and I think both of them are doing a fantastic job, and they have a lot of work on their plate. It's difficult to get time with them. I can understand the situation that most of the technical employees are in, working for the city. We reviewed some technical reports, replied back to them. I have to say I was very impressed by the level of analysis that the city and their consultants did in regards to the source of the problem at Cochise Beach. As it turns out, the solution that Dave talked about today in terms of fixing the diversion point for the water that comes down that channel and preventing the release of untreated water to Cochise Beach, which is the main problem that's been generating a lot of negative press for the city. And see, I'm running out of time here, so let me go to recommendations here. It's been, I have to say, it's been a little bit difficult at times working on this committee, because although we have told what they would like us to do, it is difficult to have an audience with the city staff because they are very busy, and so the communication are limited. I think going forward, if we had a more specific requests to the committee members on what you would like us to do, then we could really focus on that and help you out in those areas. So that I think the last thing that we want is to be perceived as consuming your time rather than providing some useful benefit, you know. And I think in terms of the Coastal Advisory Committee, that I definitely see it as an advisory board. I think the meetings are useful. It's true that many times we're getting
3 minutes, right?
Can I finish my sentence? Getting presentations from Leslie. I think we
Does any speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Amanda Quintanilla.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes was up.
Okay, thank you.
So I attended the Coastal Advisory Committee meetings on a regular basis, and it's really fantastic to be able to listen to Nikki Beach on her presentations from committee members Susan Ambrose and Mr. Dolegowski. And we had experts from Coastal Frontiers, Dr. Brett Sanders, Jamie Timberlake with Reed Beach Project in Oceanside. And this information would not have been available to the public if there wasn't the Coastal Advisory Committee meeting. And the presentation that Ms. Meyerhoff said, part of it was from Coastal Frontiers. So, you know, it's the hard work that Mr. Dolegowski and Susan Ambrose did is really commendable. And, you know, maybe merging back to BPNR, that would be really a great thing to do. I think it's imperative that the information get out to the public, and this is all about governance. Something I have to quote former Mayor Chris Duncan said, that he's never been in a community, he's never lived in a city with so much community involvement. And that is true. I mean, we had, representatives from Save Our Beaches, Bring Back Our Beaches, at the Coast Advisory Committee meeting, giving their public comments with the nature-based coastal resiliency studies. That was also a venue there that was discussed. And I'm glad that Mr. Atanian mentioned right off the disaster preparedness, because I know one of the first conversations that I had with Andy Hall was en route to the landslide at Buena Vista for the, so I didn't realize it was taking 5 years, and within 5 months, Mr. Hall had 80% of the city staff certified, because there was no incident command system certification. So I'm really applaud his efforts for that. But I think that BPNR, I know that I was just at a meeting the other day, and it seemed like a lot of members of the BPNR commission did not know what was happening at a city council, that things had already been discussed. And that's something that I've noted in other committees and commissions, that they're not aware of what's been happening and should be listening to our city council meetings. A lot of, and I got to switch this, that there was a lot of praise to Ms. Meyerhoff, that I think that one of the members said it best, that she was not allowed to talk to Ms. Meyerhoff. So that is kind of handcuffing the committee members on the Coastal Advisory Committee when she is a consultant, she's doing her thing. But
thank you very much. Any other public speakers? Gentlemen, what's your pleasure on this item?
Well, I actually think we've gotten a lot of direction already, and maybe the city manager, if he has enough direction from.
Well, I heard a lot of comments. I didn't hear a lot of direction.
Well,
I'm going to clarify exactly what kind of.
I'm all for the Coastal Advisory Committee. Fine, they shouldn't be talking about sand at all, really, because we have a sand person that's way ahead of the game. The other topics they could be talking about, great. Put something on the agenda and then come up with a recommendation or something, a useful project. And I don't know where that project comes from. It might come from the council at times, but they need to have a project, something that they're working on, researching themselves, not using staff to research, and then coming up with a recommendation. That's fine. No problem with that.
Yeah, I would also add that maybe now that we have one member assigned to each committee, I think
that's been very helpful.
That might help with guidance, because the member can then say, "This is what we need," as I understand it from the city council.
I try to do that with the Public Safety Committee. I know we try to do it with the Human Affairs Committee.
Yeah.
And I do think it is helpful, and maybe that's the missing link, is more participation from the council as kind of giving direction.
And the council giving direction. This is the kind of input that would be valuable to the city council, not what you think is valuable, but what we think might be helpful.
They should be reactive more than proactive.
Or the city council, at the beginning of the year, we actually...
Well, you have a work plan.
We do a work plan, and we could narrow that work plan however we organize these committees, and I think they do need to be consolidated.
Do you have any thoughts on making recommendations on that?
I think they we need less of them and more consolidation.
There were some specific recommendations
You want to follow those recommendations? Is that true?
Well, I'd like the city manager, to take those recommendations.
Well, there's some options.
There's options here. So
I don't know that we're doing that directly. We had a lot of discussion.
Yeah,
The staff report included some possibilities.
Some possibilities.
You want to incorporate those?
Yeah, so I'd like to incorporate some. So, for instance, the Human Affairs Committee and the Public Safety Committee could be combined. I like that idea, just sort of collapsing those two together, or consolidating those two.
Under who?
Well, we could come up with a new name for it.
No, but I mean, who, like, what's Human Affairs under now? Like,
Community.
And so is the Public Safety. Okay, all right.
So it could be Human Affairs and Public Safety Committee.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. What's another one? Yeah, so the others of consolidating the cultural committee and with Beaches, Parks and Rec, as well as putting in the coastal advisory committee in that as well, and the golf. Yes, so putting
And
all
golf.
and golf, consolidating all, and I like the idea of maybe having subcommittees within Beaches, Parks and Rec that can look at either water quality or we can direct Beaches, Parks and Rec for those specific things, water quality or golf or.
And what they should be doing if they meet bi-monthly, their subcommittees they can get together every day of the week if they want to actually work on projects. It seems like a lot of our committees and commissions too, I don't know if they have subcommittees, but it doesn't seem like they come to the meetings with anything from those they just use their time at their general meetings to talk about things.
We do, Susan and John.
Oh, okay, I don't know about beaches and parks.
Okay, those are good suggestions. Am I getting head nods, or do we need some
Yeah,
more?
no, I agree, but maybe we could also have Rick do the planning commission as a member of the city council.
Yeah, that's a really bad idea, but thank you for suggesting that.
All right.
I think the planning commission is running pretty well by itself. I don't think they.
All right, well, I'll drop that.
Might even be a conflict if we got.
I'll drop that.
Okay,
It would be.
Yeah.
You need to keep.
I'm not opposed to because they are going to be more consolidated, more business to attend to. I'm not opposed, but I'd like to hear your opinions on it of instead of bi-monthly going to monthly meetings, just because there might be more business to attend. And it's not to say that you have to do golf every single meeting. And
One of the things that Samantha brought up to me was if we, and this was a suggestion that we talked about even just this morning, if we could consolidate these like we're talking about and have them meet more often. One of the problems with meeting every other month is that a big part of the meeting is catching up what you were doing a couple months ago because there's no
And
consistency.
if we're consolidating, I mean, once a month, it is taking less staff time. Also,
And I think there'll be more follow through. I think there'll be more consistent discussions and.
I like that.
I don't mean to misrepresent.
No, that was.
And how about since we're making these bigger, if we knock down some of these 7 members to 5 members also, we could do it through attrition. We wouldn't have to kick somebody off.
Or if you want to have the subcommittees, like for instance, if you want the Coastal Advisory Committee to be a subcommittee of Beach Parks and Recreation, you keep Beach Parks and Recreation at 7, but have a couple of them that have some real coastal governance and whatnot.
All right, that's good.
Think about
when we do our applications or call for, we want people to be on Beach Parks and Rec, we can also specify and say, hey, we're looking for qualifications in water quality as a specialty.
Yeah, some planning commissions will say, hey, we want to have at least one engineer, one planner, one civil engineer, just so you get some expertise on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we do that. I'm just all for it. That might be.
But we dissolved the Coastal Advisory Committee before, and then we decide to put it underneath the BP and R, and then we reestablished the Coastal Advisory. Why is that? Tell
It was
me.
when we first went back to all the sand issue we thought we needed, and it's before we had Leslia. So we thought because we're having so many coastal issues that we would put them back. But then we got Leslia, and it kind of changed the sand emphasis off of that.
Because if we put everything, the top 4 committees and commission, and consolidating them into one BP&R commission, how many BP&R commissioners are we talking about?
Still just 7.
Still 7.
You just have
We
something.
go from 26 to 7. 26 members total.
Okay.
Oh, so there's only be a total of 7 people on arts, culture, beaches and parks, coastal.
The one exception we might want to be careful there is the golf committee. There may actually be something in our municipal code that requires.
Well, is golf committee even really an issue here? Could they still say they're saying they're quarterly?
Yeah, you
They're
can
so
probably.
specific.
And I think we require, because they're
So-
enterprise fund, but that one I think.
Well, I think they should be separate anyway.
Yeah.
So we gotta find a golfer, one golfer.
Yeah.
So,
That may not be the best bet.
So maybe we just go ahead and still keep the golf committee separate because they meet so infrequently and their meetings take an hour. So maybe we take them out of that and just make
Subject
it
matter doesn't really fit.
arts, beaches, coastal advisory.
Combine those three together.
But the staff mentioned, Arts and Cultural Committee has their own things. I think the coastal advisory can be consolidated into the BPNR. We can try that again, and having maybe 3 or at least 2 out of a BPNR commissioner to have expertise on coastal issues.
Yeah.
Now, Human Affairs, Samantha mentioned that some of the Human Affairs Committee function can be absorbed by BPNR. And I think the Human Affairs Committee, I don't really know what it does at this moment.
Well,
we still need it. The biggest human affairs issue of the city is homelessness. And the city council is taking care of it.
Well, on their work plan, they do like the every 3 minutes.
15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes.
They do scholarships as well for students and a few other things that are advisory.
So would that be?
But I like the idea of combining human affairs with public safety committee. Sometimes, I mean, one of our things with public safety committee is that you can only be, we have a background in police service or fire authority. It might be nice to have that as like.
So
we want 4 people or 3 people with a background in public safety combined with the human affairs committee that can be more stability.
I think that's fine, and you do it with 7, but you say that 4 have to have some public safety, or I mean, you can make it 3. It doesn't make any. The number is arbitrary.
Yeah,
but have to have some practical.
I don't even know if they're compatible. In public safety, we have the chief of police officers, fire authority, like our chief.
Well, they're
according to that, we end up discussing a lot of the same things. They'll both kind of get on the e-bike track. So
And
human
the
affairs
homeless,
and
and they
public
both have a
safety and
homeless.
homeless. Yeah, they don't sound like they parallel, but from what I understand, most of the discussions.
There's a lot of overlap. There are certain things that are not advisory. There are things like the community resource fair that Samantha had mentioned was previously handled under recreation. There might be a segregation of duties. What Councilmember Wu is mentioning about the public safety committee is that they have non-voting members staffed by our chief of police, fire, and marine safety. How that would get incorporated into a new public safety / human affairs committee would be something we want to.
For one thing, the chief of police service or the county sheriff, they're not really, as far as I understand, they're not really interested in this public safety committee. They feel that they have, it becomes an oversight committee that they don't need. So do we want chief of police service to attend that meeting?
Well, it was important at one time when you're crafting ordinances to have the entity that's really enforcing them there to say, well, we're not going to do that, or we can do that, so we're not going, extending things out months. Do they have to come to every meeting? No. Maybe there's something on the agenda that was going to be applicable to marine safety or fire.
So that's
then we would.
The whole time, it's just that one.
Sounds like we have a little bit of a consensus in the commission consolidation issue. I have one question. I want to ask my colleagues. A while back, we looked at the planning commission. We had a program that took about a year and a half to analyze, streamlining our development process. One of the staff's recommendations was the elimination of the design review subcommittee in the planning commission. The council at the time rejected it. My question is there any appetite of the present council to look at that issue, which would eliminate some staff time and increase our processing by many months and save
Just
our
have
people
the-
making application by 10
And have the whole commission kind of be the design and review.
Exactly,
of the first
based
step.
on standards that already exist.
Enough from me. But let's hear from a former design and review member here.
I don't have appetite to get rid of the.
Okay, well,
Exactly,
I have an appetite a little bit.
I do.
Victor, anyone else interested in visiting that issue?
I'd have to hear some more about how much planning commission time they cut down, or because I know that people come to design review,
yes.
you know, the projects, and they say, well, this probably isn't going to fly.
Yeah.
Bring it back, and by the time the project goes to the planning commission, it's kind of I won't say a complete project, but there's less.
That is the process.
There's less questions.
Streamlined.
There's less questions about it.
That is
It's
the
very
process.
difficult for the planning commission to design from, but I have to ask them to make change to the design.
It may be difficult, but it's also problematic for another subcommittee to specifically do the design. We have, I don't want to argue the issue here, but we have design standards in our code. The question is, and it takes months for every application to go through that process with potentially tens of thousands of dollars of architectural and engineering time to address the recommendations of that subcommittee. I guess the question is, could the planning commission take that role on and streamline
But
the
if they
process?
didn't have it, would you keep on having to go back to the planning commission?
Maybe,
Yeah.
May I share your concern that has been addressed partially by the objective design standard.
Exactly.
And if it works well, we can expand the usage of the objective design standard.
That's the
We
whole idea.
just have it approved. Let's give it to some time to see how it works
That's the
out.
whole idea.
So the idea is that because we have the objective design standards.
It doesn't apply to every project though.
Yeah.
We have the objective designs, and we also have the design review subcommittee. Say, do we need both? I guess that's a question that maybe on a larger forum we need to
Can we
consider.
table that for a minute on that, not make a
Exactly.
total decision?
Nothing's written in stone. We can
Yeah,
decide.
I mean, I'd like to hear from some.
At this moment, the objective design standard only applies to some of the projects, not every discretionary review project. So it's still.
It may be on the other side as well, that we send some instruction to the planning commission that there's a design committee. So when they bring it to the planning commission, that isn't, oh, let's redesign the project again. It's let's go forward from there, because sometimes that happens. The design review committee goes through it, gets it where they want it to be, it gets the planning commission, they all have ideas, and so it gets redesigned again. So that's something like
Okay,
that.
well,
And the same issues are brought up.
At the interview
yeah,
point.
so where are we on that issue? We want to pass on it, or we want to consider it?
Well, I think it's worth considering. I just don't have an opinion right
Okay,
now.
well, let's throw that in the basket as something to consider. Any other suggestions?
I just want to
Victor, go ahead.
make sure we all agree that golf course, this is what I understand, the golf course and investment advisory.
We're separate.
They understand it. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then the human affairs and public safety, and there's, right now, both committees are down. There's 4 members on the public safety committee right now, which is going to start with 4, and I think human affairs is going to be down to 5 here shortly, so maybe our attrition is going to.
That's why we brought it at this time, because the city clerk can go through and analyze.
That's a
just
pronoun.
I get it. She'd go through and analyze how many positions would be open if we did these consolidations, and we can.
Okay. Any additional direction from the council to staff? I think we have pretty good direction there.
Yes.
Just one thing for clarification, what is the status of the arts and culture? Is it going to be underneath the beach and park?
Yes. Beach Park and Rec.
Okay.
Are you cool with that?
I follow it.
So let's see.
I go along with the majority on that.
So that's 7,
Okay.
7, 20.
So, any further clarification on that, Mr. City Manager?
No, I think we can bring back something that you guys can take a look at, and there might still be some refinement, but at least doing something else.
Okay, I guess that wraps up item number 5 then, unless any additional comments. Then we have any comments on city council policies or procedures, anything anyone wants to consider or bring up? I have one question, one issue. We have currently on our public comments, a lot of governmental entities have a different standard for public comments. Some allow 1 minute, some allow 2, some allow 3. We have 3 generally. Any thoughts on changing that to, let's say, 2 minutes or?
What?
Mayor, it's a city council purview to limit the amount of time the public can speak. If we have a very busy agenda, we have a room full of people, we can make a motion to
Give me
limit.
that flexibility right now.
We can make a motion to limit the speaking to
That's very true.
2 minutes.
I'm just raising it because right now we have a standard automatic. We will leave it as a flexibility we have, or does anyone?
We could also move it to have it at 2 and move it to 3. I mean,
Yeah, we could.
The other alternative.
Any thoughts on that? Mark?
I'm fine with 3, and then if it needs to be limited because we have so many speakers, we can bring that up. Any thought on
we can leave it at 3.
Okay.
But when we do have a big meeting with 50 speaker cards on the
A
same
lot of duplication.
subject, we should probably.
We can also limit our own deliberation time to, let's say, 30 minutes or we have the
That's true, we do have that
ability
flexibility.
to do that. I do want to ask the city attorney, if we decide to limit the speaking time, is that a supermajority voting requirement?
No, it would just be, you make a motion. I would recommend that you do that before the public comment starts. Like typically, you ask the city clerk how many comment cards are there. There are 54. I make a motion to reduce the time to 2 minutes instead of 3.
The problem with that is when you have 54 or even 100, then you don't want to make that motion because those 100 people there are there.
That's very
I mean,
true.
if we could even consider like if we have more than 40 or theoretically our time is 1 hour for speakers.
It's unlimited.
Unlimited?
For oral communications, it's 30 minutes. For public comments on agenda items, we don't have a limit.
Is there a litigation?
Is that something we need to look at? Maybe
It really hasn't been a problem.
I guess the public comments haven't been too long.
The oral com 1 and 2 have really not been anything.
Yeah, it's more so the agenda items where they get.
Right.
Where certain agenda items are really a long time.
Well, again, you have 30 or 40 people on an issue that a lot of repetition, but so I just thought to mention it's I agree, Victor. It's a little difficult when people in the audience say, "Look, now
By
you're
the
here,
way.
now we're going to limit you." It's like,
Well, what's Amanda going to do with her PowerPoints if we say also that it's 2 minutes?
I've
What do
been
you cut out?
limiting them. I've been
do you have
limiting, and I do.
Do we want to make a motion to limit that to 2 minutes, or give
No.
direct?
I don't think there's an appetite.
Every time we start to limit public speaking, or it really turns into a nightmare. I think we just manage it.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we do have one public comment on public comments.
So they all limit to 2 minutes.
You up my PowerPoint presentation.
Let's put the timer on, please.
I have a motion to limit to 30 seconds.
I mean, I think that every time that you had a change of city council members, eliminating public comments, oral communication part 2, it always comes up. And, I tell you, with fighting the TSA for 5 years, they try to limit time to 2 minutes. And so what we had to do is get one person to speak on we had a couple people speaking at a time. So eliminating to 2 minutes, it really is, to me, it's a First Amendment violation, But also I need to address that there is, Mr. Malamud's not here, but I think there is concerns regarding litigation that was there that I can't speak of because I can't remember the whole what it included, but there was specific guidelines in that lawsuit regarding the parameters of what can be done. And so I would probably look into that first. But as Councilmember Cabral said, you know, when you have 100 people, they're going to be upset about not being able to speak for 3 minutes. And I tell you, speaking for 3 minutes, sometimes it goes up so quick, and you're like, wait a minute, I thought that was only 1 minute. But I think that having the ability, this goes to something that Lori, former Mayor Lori Dunchuk said about having the ability for public comments, because it's all about governance, right? It's about having the ability for the public to speak on these agenda items or and speaking in oral communication, and having that available also in video. And I think that's really important. But I would not want to limit 3 minutes. And actually, the TCA, because we had so many people, they had 3 oral communications, part 1, 2, and 3. So that really goes to show that, you know, when you have a lot of group of people coming in with a lot of passion, they will speak and their mind. And I think people need the ability to do that. Thank you so much for your time.
I would say, you know, when we have a retreat, I would say we limit the speakers, because we're trying to have a conversation as members, not with the public so much, because they come to the city council, but at our next retreat, that we limit the amount of time.
We can do a retreat at the Montage and have no speakers.
Well, yeah, we could. Okay, thank you for.
I want to say is there any interest in moving the second oral communications up to the first, just have an hour of oral communications available instead of having that second oral communication?
Been that way for 21 years.
Yeah, it's a problem. And I'd say if we're going to have one, it would be at the end, because that way people have time to listen to the meeting and then make their comments at the end. But we've tried removing it, and it's just I know where you're going for sure, and
I'll just see if there's any interest in it. If there's none, that's fine. But
because people will say, well, we can't get there. You know, we can't get there.
Victor, did you have a comment, Victor? Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, you're up.
Yeah, the only thing I'll just wrap it up real quick. I really appreciate the time, and I know this is an extra meeting for you guys. I hope that we can have maybe 2 a year where we can get the kind of dialogue we get here we get so much more information out of this kind of a meeting than we do a regular council meeting that's set up for staff report, public comment, council decision. It's really nice to have a discussion. It helps us a lot better. So what's really hard, and I don't think the public appreciates this, I think there's this impression that we spend a lot of time with council members and that we can only meet with you one at a time. You guys can't talk to each other. The communication, the Brown Act is great in some ways, but really makes it hard to just communicate with each other. So I appreciate you guys coming to an extra meeting. Hope you'll let us do this a couple times a year, because we get much better input in a discussion type meeting like this. So I really appreciate your time.
What prevents us from doing more?
Just you guys, it's just one more meeting for you guys.
Yeah,
it's been a huge,
This was
4 hours.
Yeah, this was suggested because we had a real issue with the capital improvement.
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing it up, and
it was important.
The additional items on the agenda are also helpful.
We'll try to narrow
T-Sal was huge. I think we had a good
Well, it
discussion.
doesn't mean we'll be doing it again.
Well, we need to do it with the frosting on it so that when we make the decision, we're fully informed. So
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
I'd like to move the next regular city council meeting to take place on February 18th. Closed session will begin at 4:30 p.m. Regular business meeting will begin at 5:30. Meeting will take place. City council chambers located at 910 Avenue, Louisville, second floor. Stand submitted